Chapter 784. This was an unbroken mountain forest. No one knew how many tribes lived in this mountain forest. This was a mysterious land. It was filled with endless unknowns, and countless ancient secrets were passed down. According to the legends, Zhu Shun, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Fushi had all appeared in this land. The world of immortals, several tens of thousands of miles of territory, was not only the sacred land of the jungle tribe and the barbarian tribe. This mysterious land also deeply attracted the yearning of many cultivators in the Middle Earth. Every year, a large number of exploration groups would enter this place, but the absolute majority of the cultivators would never return. Of course, although the local jungle tribe and barbarian tribe didn't have a favorable impression of outsiders, they didn't have any particularly big enmity either. It's just that some of the tribe's legacies were really too ancient. They absolutely didn't allow anyone to explore them. As a matter of fact, many of the exploration groups only wandered around the periphery once. And the sacred mountain of the barbarian tribe that Zhou Tong wanted to go to was precisely the most mysterious and terrifying place in this several tens of thousands of miles of territory. That was because this place was related to Zhu Shun. The sacred mountain was no less than 2,000 miles away from the Pure Land, but this distance was completely within Zhou Tong's reach. In merely half an hour, he was already within 100 miles of the sacred mountain. This sacred mountain was originally the place where Zhu Shun refined the Cypress cauldron. According to reason, it should be like a volcano with black smoke billowing out. But here, there were tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light and thousands of auspicious colors. One after another, brilliant lights could be seen flying out from the sacred mountain, just like a meteor leaving behind a trail of light in the night sky. Moreover, there was also a faintly discernible sound of heavenly music on this mountain. It was as if a fairy was playing music on the mountain. So this is the Cypress cauldron refined by Zhu Shun. It's really extraordinary. Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. And the closer he got to the sacred mountain, the more astonished Zhou Tong became. Especially when he was several miles away from the sacred mountain. Zhou Tong felt that what he saw before his eyes was not a mountain, but a vast and boundless world. In front of it, one would feel insignificant, like an ant looking up at the sky. As expected of the heaven and earth copper furnace that Suiren wanted to use to refine the world. It's obviously just a mountain, but it gives people a feeling that it's even vaster than the heaven and earth ocean. The more Zhou Tong experienced this feeling, the more surprised he was. At the same time, he also recalled the scheme of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Suiren's Cypress furnace could also be considered as an alternative experiment. It smelted the 10,000 worlds and turned them into a real world of immortals. As they continued forward, they could already see the real mountain through the colorful fog. The holy mountain was majestic and imposing, but the mountain was barren, without a trace of life. There were bloodstains on the gray mountain, as if it had gone through countless battles. There were also wisps of mist lingering around the crimson areas. There were also some places on the mountain that were shining with golden light, as if molten copper was boiling. There were also some places that were pitch black, as if they were bottomless pits. Of course, it wasn't as if there was no life on the mountain. If one looked carefully, they could see a few oasis-like green belts on the mountain. They were isolated on the barren mountain. The things I need should be in these oasis-like places. Zhou Tong directly climbed the mountain. Mist drifted on the mountain. Under the desolate mountain, there were wisps of black qi emerging from the earth. Even if it was Zhou Tong, he had no choice but to use the divine ability of the dragons to protect his body. And when he ascended to about 1,000 meters, this was the real dangerous place. From time to time, there would be a large amount of blood-colored fog drifting over. Zhou Tong's luck was not bad. When he was climbing the mountain this time, he didn't encounter any real danger. He arrived at an oasis very smoothly. This was an extremely quiet forest. The ancient trees towered into the sky. Each tree needed 20 to 30 people to surround it. It was unknown how many years it had been growing here. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest sound in this forest. It was terrifyingly quiet. Other than his own voice, there was no sound at all. There was a kind of oppressive power in this forest. If one was trapped here for a long time, their mind would collapse. According to the original text, this forest should be the forest where the Dragon King lived. Zhou Tong moved forward cautiously. He fully unleashed his perception and carefully sensed everything in this forest. Soon, Zhou Tong sensed a trace of dragon qi in the forest. There's no mistake. The Dragon King that was infinitely close to the Ediosaurus had fallen here. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed in the direction of the dragon qi. Not long after, Zhou Tong saw a pile of snow-white bones under a towering tree. It was like a small mountain. It was a long dragon bone. It was coiled under the ancient tree that needed dozens of people to surround it. It was like a snow-white mountain ridge. If the dragon's body was stretched out, it would be at least 800 meters long. Even though it was dead, its Ediosaurus head was still held high. It didn't lower its head even in death. There were many cracks in its bones. The Ediosaurus bones were completely broken in dozens of places. It was obvious that it had been chopped into dozens of pieces and died in battle. Apart from its hind claws, its entire body is exactly the same as an Ediosaurus. Zhou Tong carefully sized up the dragon and clicked his tongue in wonder. This dragon was even more like a real Ediosaurus than he was. However, it's time for the dragon's sacred sword to return to the dragons. Zhou Tong immediately opened his mouth and spat out a cyan flame that instantly ignited the dragon bones. The cyan flame soared into the sky, but it didn't ignite the tree coiled around the dragon bones. All the cyan flame seemed to have a spirit and only burned on the dragon bones. At this time, the burning dragon bones suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. It constantly shrank and changed. The cracked bones were healing in the flames, and even the broken parts were reconnecting automatically. Finally, the huge dragon bones that were hundreds of meters long shrunk to a meter long and quietly floated in the air. However, at this time, the dragon bones were no longer snow-white like before. Instead, they bloomed with rays of light and became crystal clear, as if they were carved from divine jade. At this time, Zhou Tong's eyes and horns simultaneously shot out 2 rays of light that enveloped the dragon bones. Clang! A clear and melodious sound spread throughout the entire oasis. This was the sound of a treasured sword being unsheathed. At the same time, a dazzling ray of light illuminated the entire oasis. The sparkling and translucent dragon bone suddenly turned into powder, and then a peerless sword appeared. It was unclear what material this sword was made of. It looked like a jade sword, but also like a bone sword. Its sharpness was peerless. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, and the divine sword fell into his hand. The dragon's sacred sword. This is the inheritance of the dragons. If I'm not wrong, this sword is at least a half-step ancestor-level treasure. Zhou Tong grasped the sword, and a trace of understanding appeared in his heart. This sword was forged by a certain dragon king countless years ago. It was specially forged for the Ediosaurus battle. Later on, the sword's owners were all dragon kings. Each generation of dragon kings used their own efforts and dragon qi to temper the divine sword, making this sword stronger with each generation. However, this sword still had a huge weakness, and that was that each generation of sword owners was a loser in the battle for the Dragon King position. It owed a real Ediosaurus to forge it into a sacred sword that could truly represent the supreme dignity of dragons. Let me make up for what you lack, Zhou Tong said in his heart. This sword's sheath was made of dragon bones, but Zhou Tong didn't want to do so. He waved his hand and casually broke a tree branch to make a sheath. He put the sword away and carried it on his back. Chapter 785. The Dragon King's skeleton disappeared, and a huge black hole appeared in its place. Black mist and blood were gushing out from it. The black mist was dense and had a kind of gloomy aura. However, the blood mist didn't have the slightest bit of Yin aura. On the contrary, it had a kind of pure spiritual aura. The earth has a spirit. This is the earth's bloodline. Good stuff. The pair of dragon horns on Zhou Tong's head emitted strands of radiance. At the same time, he was also using a divine ability he had comprehended from the sacred tree of dragons. Suddenly, the blood-colored essence gushed out violently. Zhou Tong seemed to possess an incomparably terrifying divine power, guiding the bloodline of the earth up endlessly, causing the blood light around him to shine brilliantly. It was a stretch of scarlet red, gradually turning into a blood-colored divine cocoon beside him. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Zhou Tong was immersed in a kind of selfless state. That blood-colored spiritual aura was like a great river. It poured into his body unceasingly, constantly replenishing his deep sea. The power of the Earth's bloodline even surpassed the divine power Zhou Tong had absorbed from the taboo ocean around the Dragon Island. The incomparably terrifying spiritual aura made Zhou Tong's realm rise by a step again. The sixth death tribulation descended. His body was bathed in this blood-colored spiritual aura and slowly faded away. And during this process, all the ancient trees in the whole forest began to emit light. This oasis was like a huge gem. All the souls on the nearby sacred mountain were surrounded by the branches and leaves of these ancient trees. Then, they were directly devoured. It was as if the forest had come alive. The huge branches were like human arms. But now that Zhou Tong had fallen into a state of death, these ancient trees thought that he was already dead. Instead, they didn't make a move against him. For a whole month, Zhou Tong had been in a state of death. He comprehended the profound meaning of life and death in this world. At the same time, his deep sea was also unceasingly absorbing the Earth's bloodline essence, turning it into his own solid foundation. It was not until a month later that Zhou Tong finally woke up and shed another piece of dragon skin. However, before he could continue, the life essence in his body suddenly began to fade. The seventh death tribulation came at the same time. The Earth bloodline continued to flow into Zhou Tong's deep sea. After another month, the seventh transformation was finally completed. However, Zhou Tong was unable to absorb any more Earth bloodline from this place. The Earth bloodline in this place has been sucked dry by me. I wonder how many tens of thousands of years it will take for so many Earth bloodlines to be born again. Zhou Tong came out of the molting and quietly floated in the air. He looked at the pitch-black hole and thought to himself. After going through 7 transformations, Zhou Tong's body had gradually transformed into a snake-like Eddosaurus. However, compared to a complete Eddosaurus, he was still on the fat side, just like a snake that had eaten its fill. Continue to refine these 2 pieces of dragon skin into my armor. I have the dragon's sacred sword for attack, and this armor for defense. Zhou Tong thought to himself, in this world of immortals, there is no such thing as a unique artifact. The reason why shrouding the heavens world was a unique artifact was because it was a Tao artifact that was refined using the Tao patterns in the cultivator's body. Naturally, refining a unique artifact was the best choice. However, in the world of immortals, there were no Tao patterns in the cultivator's body. So, not to mention 2 or 3 artifacts, if one was really strong enough, refining a dozen artifacts would not be a problem. In the original work, Shao Chun had his own stone prison and other artifacts other than the formation diagram. Not only Shao Chun, the other Stone Man King who had lived for a long time had more than 1 or 2 artifacts. Most of the artifacts in the tomb were refined by him. The 2 pieces of dragon skin were quickly refined by Zhou Tong into his armor. However, at this time, the whole forest began to shine again. The dark green light surged violently, and those big trees stretched out their branches one by one and swept towards Zhou Tong. After getting out of the nirvana state, Zhou Tong's body was brimming with boundless vitality, which naturally caused the changes in this place. A forest that specializes in absorbing souls. Sure enough, this sacred mountain is full of danger. Zhou Tong sighed lightly. At the same time, with a clang sound, the dragon's sacred sword was instantly unsheathed. The blazing holy light illuminated the whole forest, and even the boundless dark green light was drowned out by the holy light emitted by the sacred sword. Clang! Accompanied by a trembling sound, Zhou casually waved his sword. Suddenly, a glaring sword light tore apart the oasis. This sword light was like the first time the world was born. At that moment, the bright light was incomparably brilliant. The sacred sword was once again sheathed, and the light of the entire oasis completely disappeared. Zhou Tong's sword slashed horizontally, and all the giant trees around him were completely cut down. Boom! The forest rumbled unceasingly, and the big trees fell down one after another. The forest ground that had not seen the sun for a long time was once again covered with golden sunlight. However, at this time, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a strange color. In the center of those tree stumps that he cut open, he could vaguely see a small section of a different tree core, because it was actually emitting wisps of divine soul fluctuations. Bathed in this fluctuation, Zhou Tong also felt a kind of tranquility. This kind of tree feeds on divine souls, but its tree core can calm a mind. Heaven and earth are indeed mysterious. Zhou Tong directly cut off the trunks of these trees, revealing the dark green tree core. Every tree had a dark green tree core that was about 0.5 meter in diameter and 10 meters in length. This kind of tree core can be the main material for refining Zushan weapons, or the auxiliary material for Zushan weapons. Of course, the biggest use is that it can be carved into pendants, which can be used to calm the mind during cultivation. Zhou Tong casually put away these tree cores. Any one of these tree cores could be refined into hundreds of thousands of pendants. Time to continue forward. Zhou Tong put away the harvest here and continued forward. As he continued forward, the big trees along the way did not dare to continue to attack him. Soon, he walked out of the forest. With the sacred sword of dragons, Zhou Tong was simply unstoppable in this holy mountain. Although he encountered a few attacks along the way, all of this was not a problem for Zhou Tong. Anyone who blocked his way was killed with a single slash. Along the way, he killed gods and Buddhas that blocked his way. Finally, he found a deserted altar. This is it, the altar that the barbarian tribe mentioned. Zhou Tong's face lit up with joy. He quickly came to the side of the altar and used the method that Grandpa Ching told him to summon the soul here. He needed to summon the soul of the Dragon King here, and he needed the dragon chi of Daozu buried deep in the Dragon King's soul. Chapter 786. You can start the summoning now. Zhou Tong recalled the soul summoning ritual that Ching's grandfather had told him about and immediately started. Zhou Tong carved a complicated pattern on the blood-red altar. After that, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the center of the altar with the sacred sword of dragons across his knees and began the summoning ritual. This was the barbarian tribe's soul summoning ritual. There were many things to pay attention to, but fortunately, Ching's grandfather had explained everything to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong quickly grasped this method and used it. Whoa! As the ritual was completed, a series of eerie and terrifying ghost howls came from the blood-red altar. Even during the day, one could see soul guides flying around here and gathering from all directions. But none of this was the dragon soul that Zhou Tong wanted. The sacred sword of dragons emitted a monstrous holy light according to Zhou Tong's will. Suddenly, the monstrous soul shadows paused and didn't dare to approach Zhou Tong. Soon, however, a sinister wind blew and a terrifying blood aura spread out. A huge soul shadow appeared and scared away all the souls in the vicinity of the altar. This was a huge soul shadow that was close to 20 feet tall. It rushed over from afar with a blood aura like a red cloud. Boom! It wasn't just this soul shadow. There were a few other huge creatures in the distance flying over with dark clouds. One could even see a few huge beast claws emerging from the ink-like dark clouds. Obviously, all the saint souls in the nearby area had come over to enjoy Zhou Tong, this sacrifice. You're courting death. Zhou Tong's face turned cold. The sacred sword that was placed horizontally across his knees suddenly jumped up and landed in Zhou Tong's palm. Then he activated the sword will of the chaos calming art and slashed out. Clang! The terrifying sword light instantly shattered the void, cutting off the path forward. All the soul shadows that attacked Zhou Tong were instantly cut in half by Zhou Tong's sword. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying blood clouding fire exploded in the sky, and the few huge soul shadows were instantly turned into ashes. Although he wasn't using the real chaos calming art, the sword intent of the chaos calming art that targeted the soul was something that could be used in all the worlds. Especially when he used the sacred sword of dragons, those soul shadows couldn't withstand a single slash. Roar! However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar suddenly rang out from nearby. A dragon soul that was several hundred meters long flew over from afar, shrouded in multicolored light and overflowing dragon aura. This was an incomparably terrifying white dragon. In front of this dragon's soul, those slain soul shadows were like ants. And what surprised Zhou Tong the most was that other than its hind legs, this dragon was no different from an Ediosaurus. It's the previous sword-wielding dragons of the sacred sword of dragons. What a coincidence! Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect it to be this dragon again. But thinking about it, it made sense. Because this dragon fell on this sacred mountain, its soul was attracted by the sacred mountain. It was normal for it to turn into a saint soul. And he used the sacred sword of dragons as a sacrifice, so it was normal for this dragon to be attracted. Roar! This dragon seemed to still have some consciousness. It let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and a vague message was transmitted to Zhou Tong's heart. Oh, you can give me all the power, but I have to take it myself? Zhou Tong was stunned. He understood the dragon's soul's thoughts from the dragon's roar. This dragon also knew that Zhou Tong was still young and weak. He was definitely not as strong as it was back then. So this battle was a battle of wills. You didn't die at the hands of an Ediosaurus, but at the hands of an outsider. You're unwilling to accept this and want to continue the unfinished Dragon King battle? Well, since you want to fight me fair and square as the Dragon King, how can I avoid the battle? Come on, let me see the true power of your dragon soul. Zhou Tong opened his arms, and the dragon soul directly flew toward Zhou Tong and entered his body. Boom! As the dragon soul entered his body, the vast power was also carried by the dragon soul into Zhou Tong's body. Suddenly, the sea in Zhou Tong's body was overturned. The vast divine power surged like a river, and even the deep sea set off stormy waves. Even the island in the deep sea seemed to be submerged. One could vaguely see a dragon overturning the sea in the deep sea. However, on the other side, in Zhou Tong's sea of consciousness, the dragon soul and Zhou Tong's will had already started fighting. On one side was the azure dragon formed by Zhou Tong's will. His body was already very similar to an Ediosaurus, and he could be considered a plump Ediosaurus. Now, other than the body of an Ediosaurus, he only lacked the dragon's whiskers and abdomen to be an Ediosaurus. On the other side was the white dragon formed by the dragon soul's will. This white dragon was a step above Zhou Tong. It could be said that other than its hind legs, its entire body was no different from a real Ediosaurus. One green and one white, the two dragons were fighting. The white dragon's scales, dragon's horns, dragon's claws, and dragon's tail were all filled with sword chi. After wielding the sacred dragon sword for so many years, this dragon's sword cultivation was extremely terrifying. As for the azure dragon, it was roaring like an Ediosaurus reincarnated. Its claws, tail, and horns were all weapons as it fought the white dragon. In the sea of consciousness, the dragon's roar was echoing. In the battle, one moment the azure dragon would flip over and crush the white dragon's horns with its claws. The next moment, the white dragon would swing its tail and crack the azure dragon's scales. The battle was incomparably fierce. The claws would bleed, and the dragon's scales would be shattered. All the battles that Zhou Tong experienced in the world of immortals before were just child's play. This was the true battle of the Dragon King. The degree of desperation was beyond Zhou Tong's imagination. The white dragon's understanding of the dragons of this world surpassed Zhou Tong. Therefore, Even if it was Zhou Tong, he would still have to pay the price with his blood. However, he was not an ordinary Dragon King in the end. His original body was a battle immortal. He had withstood the test of time and the test of the previous generations of Forbidden Land. He would not lose to anyone in a battle of wills. It could even be said that he would have an absolute advantage when facing the majority of the cultivators in the myriad of worlds. This battle of wills lasted for no less than 2 hours. In the end, the white dragons will vanish like smoke. I won. Next, I need to tidy up my body. At the same time, I need to suppress the dragon's shadow in the deep sea. I need to completely absorb the dragon essence and the essence of the Edisaurus from this dragon. After Zhou Tong defeated the white dragon, he immediately began to suppress the chaos in his body. During the battle of wills with the white dragon, his body was already in a mess due to the power contained in the white dragon's soul. He urgently needed to treat his injuries. As Zhou Tong took the time to deal with it, the dragon in the deep sea was gradually suppressed by Zhou Tong. The dragon essence and the essence of the Edisaurus that belonged to the White Dragon King also merged into his body bit by bit. This was an incomparably huge power. In the end, the person who pushed Zhou Tong's 8th and 9th death calamities to descend at the same time. Chapter 787. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Zhou Tong had already transformed into his original form. A 3-zhong-long azure dragon was quietly coiling on top of the altar. His entire body was devoid of vitality. The dragon scales also did not have the slightest luster. It was as if he had died a long time ago. But if one was strong enough, they would be able to feel the vitality in his body was quietly rising sharply. And on this day, 2 people and 1 dragon also walked towards this altar at the same time. Although one of them looked young, his hair was completely white, his vitality had already dissipated, he looked just like a little old man. This person was precisely Xiao Chun, and the other person was the little fatty that Zhou Tong saw in the Pure Land before. The last dragon was also the Black Dragon King from the Pure Land. I really don't want you to take this risk with me. Xiao Chun looked at the little fatty and sighed. No need to say any more. The matter on the Dragon Island. It was I who let you down. The little fatty patted his chest and said, You are not as proficient in our barbarians' sacrificial ritual as I am. Even if you found the altar, you might not be able to successfully summon the soul of the snow-white little critter. Roar. But just at this time, the complexion of the Black Dragon King at the side suddenly changed. The entire dragon roared and revealed an expression of shock and anger. It quickly rushed towards a certain direction. Little Black, what happened to you? The fatty saw the Black Dragon King's strange behavior. He immediately cried out in alarm and followed after it. Xiao Chun also felt a little flabbergasted. The Black Dragon King had always been calm. What did it discover now? The 2 of them quickly followed the Black Dragon King. After walking for 2 to 3 miles, they immediately saw an altar. At the same time, they also saw Zhou Tong, who was coiling on top of the altar. This, Edisaurus? No, there is something wrong with the dragon's abdomen, whiskers, and body. When Xiao Chun and the little fatty saw the azure dragon on top of the altar, they were greatly shaken at the same time. So the Black Dragon King was this anxious because it sensed the existence of the dragons. But I keep feeling that the aura of this dragon is somewhat familiar. Xiao Chun carefully looked at the azure dragon. He immediately thought of something. Isn't this the Azure Dragon King from the Dragon Island? Why is he here? Is he dead? Little Fatty had obviously sensed the Azure Dragon's identity as well, and his expression was filled with shock. So he has already evolved to this stage? How could it be so fast? Edisaurus head, Edisaurus tail, Edisaurus claws, Edisaurus scales. Even the body is about to evolve into an Edisaurus. However, it's a pity that his vitality dissipated. He still died here in the end. Little Fatty sighed. The Sacred Mountain is indeed dangerous. Even a Dragon King like you has fallen. Oxman, you know the Azure Dragon King? Xiao Chun also heard something from the little fatty's mouth, and immediately asked. The little fatty oxman also honestly told him what had happened a while ago. He actually started to cause trouble for you people. Xiao Chun was speechless. He had thought that Zhou Tong was just joking when he said those words before they parted ways. But now, he had started to take action. He had even investigated the barbarian race. Sigh, but since he's dead, there's no more enmity between us. Little Fatty continued. Brother Azure Dragon, we still have use for this altar. Please make way. We'll bury you in peace later. As he spoke, Little Fatty was about to walk up the altar. Clang! However, just as Little Fatty approached the altar, a clear and melodious sword hum sounded. Brilliant holy light erupted from a corner of the altar not far away. It turned into a sword screen and covered Zhou Tong from head to toe. At the same time, everyone saw a peerless divine sword slowly fly up from a corner of the altar. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Little Fatty. This unforeseen event frightened both Xiao Chun and Little Fatty, especially when the divine sword pointed at them. Little Fatty was covered in cold sweat. It was as if he saw the scene of him being killed by the sword. Brother Azure Dragon, I have no intention of offending you. Little Fatty retreated while trembling. After he retreated a certain distance, the divine sword retracted all of its divine light and landed beside Zhou Tong. Divine sword protection? You can't offend it even when you're dead? Xiao Chun was also shocked. This Azure Dragon's extravagance was really not ordinary. There was actually a divine sword guarding his corpse. Roar, roar, roar. The Black Dragon King at the side was agitated again. It stared at the divine sword and roared again and again. You're saying that this is one of the dragon's sacred artifacts, and only the Dragon King can wield it? Little Fatty at the side understood the Black Dragon King's roar and cried out in surprise. This opportunity is really unreasonable. How long has it been since this Azure Dragon left the Dragon's Island? He actually obtained the Dragon King's sacred artifact? Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. Or could it be that he obtained this sword on the Dragon Island, but never displayed it? Roar, roar. The Black Dragon King was very agitated. It tried its best to communicate with this divine sword and take it into its hands. The dragon's sacred artifacts were very precious. Any one of the sacred artifacts could greatly increase the success rate of reaching Edisaurus. However, no matter how the Black Dragon King tried to communicate with it, this sacred sword had always been quietly guarding beside Zhou Tong. It was unmoved. All communication was ineffective. This scene made Little Fatty and Xiao Chun at the side a little anxious. However, the two of them waited here for an entire day. The Black Dragon King's throat was hoarse from all the roaring, but this sword was still unmoved. It's useless. The sacred sword has a spirit. It acknowledged the Azure Dragon King, but not the Black Dragon King. It shouldn't leave the Azure Dragon King's corpse. Xiao Chun also shook his head. He really couldn't imagine that this kind of sacred sword would actually acknowledge Zhou Tong so much that it was willing to guard beside him even after death. Little Black, forget it. Oxman at the side was also advising the Black Dragon King. Gotcha. Just at this time, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the Azure Dragon's corpse on the altar. Azure multicolored light appeared from the crack and illuminated half the sky. The entire area around the altar was illuminated with azure splendor. An extremely exuberant life force instantly burst out from the Azure Dragon that they thought was a corpse before. This exuberant life force shocked Xiao, Chun, and Oxman. It was simply like a raging sea beating against the shore, causing people to tremble. And following the eruption of life force, a dragon's roar sounded. The Azure Dragon shed its old skin and obtained a new life. It floated in the air with awe-inspiring might and looked down at Xiao Chun, Oxman, and the Black Dragon King. Not dead. He's undergoing nirvana. That's right, he's definitely undergoing nirvana. Only by undergoing nirvana will his life force dissipate. Xiao Chun roared in his heart. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. He didn't think that this Azure Dragon would actually cultivate to this step. One big realm in a year. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely frightening. Ediosaurus' body is also complete. He is only missing the Ediosaurus abdomen and Ediosaurus beard from becoming a real Ediosaurus. He must have obtained a huge benefit from this place. Oxman also revealed a shocked expression. This kind of evolution speed was beyond everyone's imagination. Since ancient times, which Dragon King was able to evolve such a body in the Nirvana realm. Chapter 788. Zhou Tong was also shocked when he came out. He didn't expect that Xiao Chun, Little Fatty, and Black Dragon King had already reached his side. Fortunately, I arranged for the Holy Sword to guard me early, otherwise my Nirvana might really be disturbed by these guys. Zhou Tong was also glad that he had made arrangements early. The dragon's holy sword could be said to be invincible on this holy mountain. With its protection, there wouldn't be too much danger. But after 2 consecutive nirvanas, now after the 9th layer of heaven, I have completely stood above the immortal realm. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the changes in his body and sighed in his heart. He had been in this world for less than 2 years, and he was already immortal. This was the difference between worlds. If the cultivators of the shrouded heaven world knew about this world, they would probably go crazy. Not to mention great emperors and saints. Even the Holy Lord could live forever here. Zhou Tong stretched his dragon body and danced in the air. After experiencing 9 nirvanas, he stood directly in the immortal realm. His body skyrocketed and had reached a length of 10 feet. Such a huge dragon body was just hovering in the air, and it caused a huge pressure on Xiao Chun and others below. A body of 10 feet compared to the body of the White Dragon King before. The gap is still too big, but there's no need to rush. I'm not even 2 years old yet. I'm still a baby. I'm still growing. Zhou Tong sensed his body and looked directly at the 2 pieces of dragon skin that he had shed. Because it was 2 consecutive nirvanas, the 2 pieces of dragon skin were almost fused together. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Green divine light and flames directly enveloped the 2 pieces of dragon skin and flew to Zhou Tong's side. At the same time, Zhou Tong's body quickly shrank and turned back into human form. The dragon scale armor on his body was also emitting bursts of green light, melting the 2 pieces of dragon skin from before. Clang! The dragon's sacred sword also let out a clear sword cry and automatically jumped into Zhou Tong's hand. Zhou Tong returned the sword to its scabbard and carried it on his back. After everything was done, Zhou Tong descended from the sky and stood in front of Xiao Chun and the others. He's grown up. Seeing Zhou Tong in human form again, Xiao Chun couldn't help but sigh. The last time he left, his human form was only that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Now, he had grown to the size of a 10-year-old child. His body was also much taller. Xiao Chun, I haven't seen you for more than a year. You've been screwed up quite badly. Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chun, his gaze lingering on his head of white hair for a moment. With a head full of white hair, it meant that his life force had already been exhausted. If it wasn't for the divinized acupoint that was cultivated by the heavenly steel mysterious technique in his body, he would have died long ago. Compared to you, it is indeed so. Xiao Chun recalled the past and sighed. Did something happen? Why is our dragon's sacred tree in your hands? Where's Ku? Zhou Tong looked at the sacred tree of dragons in Xiao Chun's hands and asked. As a matter of fact, Xiao Chun's current predicament was also within Zhou Tong's expectations. Although he had crippled the High family in Celestial City, the real mastermind in the original work was the Tiger family. They were afraid that Ku might become so powerful that she could defy the natural order in the future. Therefore, they decided to kill Ku in advance. He only asked Xiao Chun now because he wanted to know the specific process. Xiao Chun then roughly recounted what happened during that period of time. The general situation was more or less the same as what Zhou Tong had guessed. The Tiger family was still the mastermind behind the entire incident. The Southern Wasteland's dragons were also causing mischief because they wanted to obtain the sacred tree of dragons from Xiao Chun. And his current appearance was still the black iron seal and the golden halberd that appeared in the original work. When they were on the Dragon Island, Shao Chun and Kut didn't even notice it. These two weapons had already hidden inside the sacred tree of dragons. In order to escape from Celestial City, Shao Chun sacrificed his life force to these two weapons in exchange for powerful strength. But now, after the power faded away, he turned into his current appearance. Everything was within my expectations. It's just that your strength was lacking, yet you were so high profile. Serves you right for this calamity. Zhou Tong leisurely opened his mouth and said, "But fortunately, you practiced the divine steel mysterious method. As long as you continue to practice and connect those acupuncture points, you can easily replenish all of your life force." The divine steel mysterious method can replenish life force? Shao Chun was shocked. He didn't expect that with his current appearance, there was still a chance to remedy it. But other than being shocked, Shao Chun was even more shocked that Zhou Tong actually knew about the changes in his body. He couldn't help but blurt it out, "That's not right. How did you know that the acupuncture points in my body changed? Could it be that you also practiced the divine steel mysterious method?" But the divine steel mysterious method requires a blank page to practice. I have already practiced the sacred tree of dragons. Naturally, I can't switch to the divine steel mysterious method. Zhou Tong continued Shao Chen's words and continued, "Although I can't practice the divine steel mysterious method like you, I can still absorb the essence of the divine steel mysterious method and create a divine ability that suits me." Create. After carefully tasting these two words, Shao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this what a true prodigy was like? Divine ability techniques that didn't suit him, and he created one that suits him based on the essence of these divine ability techniques? Shao Chun recalled Zhou Tong's performance along the way. All of them displayed this kind of terrifying creativity. On the Sovereign King's ship, he created a technique based on the power of the sacred tree of dragons. Later on, according to his understanding, Zhou Tong also created a boundless ocean in the Celestial City. In the end, the divine steel mysterious method was also transformed into a brand new technique by him. Roar. When Zhou Tong and Shao Chun were chatting, the Black Dragon King felt that he was being looked down upon. He roared repeatedly on the spot. "Don't shout, it's useless. The gap between you and me is too big. No matter how you shout, it's useless. Perhaps by the time you reach my current realm, I would have already become the new Edisaurus of the dragons." Zhou Tong turned his head and shot a glance at the Black Dragon King as he said indifferently, "Roar." The Black Dragon King was still glaring at Zhou Tong. He roared again and again. Moreover, there was a hint of provocation in his voice. "You're saying that I only cultivate fast, but my determination and willpower are not as good as yours? You want to fight with willpower? Listen to my advice. In a battle of willpower, you are even more not my opponent. After several tens of thousands of years, after you've experienced many things, maybe you'll have a chance to fight with me in a battle of willpower." Zhou Tong immediately smiled. Why did he encounter a battle of willpower again? A battle of willpower had nothing to do with cultivation base or realm. It only represented determination and perseverance. People with high cultivation base might not necessarily have firm willpower. People with low cultivation base might also have soaring willpower. Roar. The Black Dragon King roared madly. In order to win, he gambled the dragon essence of Daozu in his body. "Fine, since you're willing to help me, then I won't be polite." Zhou Tong suddenly smiled. Immediately after, his expression turned solemn. His pair of eyes instantly met with the Black Dragon King's eyes. Zhou Tong's invincible heart and invincible intent instantly entered the Black Dragon King's sea of consciousness through their eyes. Almost at the moment of the battle, the Black Dragon King's willpower had already collapsed. The gaze he looked at Zhou Tong no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, it was submission. The Black Dragon King lowered his arrogant head to Zhou Tong. Soon after, a pitch-black light burst out from his body and merged with Zhou Tong's body. This was the essence of the Black Dragon King's Edisaurus. After losing this Edisaurus essence, The Black Dragon King had already lost the possibility of continuing to evolve into an Edisaurus, unless he killed a young Dragon King and seized a brand new Edisaurus essence. Chapter 789. Blackie. The little fatty looked at the Black Dragon King with a worried expression. He sensed what this black stream of air was. The Black Dragon King has completely submitted. The essence of Edisaurus has fused with the Azure Dragon King's body. From now on, the Black Dragon King has lost the possibility of evolving. Xiao Chen didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. Taming an arrogant Dragon King with just a strand of willpower, making the Dragon King willingly offer up the root of its evolution, the essence of Edisaurus. He didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing in the past. It was too exaggerated. But the Azure Dragon King had broken his understanding of cultivation time and time again, the definition of a genius. The Black Dragon King's identity has already been fixed as a syndicate Dragon King. Among all the Dragon Kings in this generation, only the Azure Dragon King has truly touched the path of Edisaurus evolution, and he has already walked half of it. The other Dragon Kings, even 10X who had killed the Golden Dragon King, are still too far away from him. Xiao Chun thought in his heart, Oxman, don't worry. The Black Dragon King could be considered to have walked out of the curse of the dragons. You don't have to worry about the other Dragon Kings in the future. And even if he's not an Edisaurus, he might still be able to climb to the peak. Xiao Chun advised the fatty. Although the little fatty felt a little uncomfortable, he still nodded his head. He checked the Black Dragon King's body one last time. After discovering that there were no injuries, he began to engrave the soul summoning formation on the altar. Xiao Chun brought the sacred tree of dragons to the altar and carried out the soul summoning ritual. But this time, only some lonely souls and wild ghosts were summoned. Especially when these lonely souls and wild ghosts saw Zhou Tong, they didn't dare to step forward. Why did you only summon these lonely souls and wild ghosts? I remember there should be some powerful sacred souls in the vicinity. The little fatty was a little confused. There is indeed a powerful sacred soul, but I killed it, Zhou Tong said casually. The little fatty was immediately speechless. At this time, a bloody light suddenly appeared on the altar. Immediately after, the space distorted and a dark space passage appeared. Little fatty exclaimed, how could the summoning ritual summon such a spatial passage? Could it be that Ku is on the other side of this spatial tunnel? Xiao Chun was a little shocked. However, time didn't allow them to think too much. The entire altar suddenly began to sink, sinking into the ground in an instant. Even Zhou Tong and the others, along with the spatial tunnel, followed the altar into the underground. Soon after, it was as if the world had been turned upside down. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard, and the shattered ground actually began to slowly heal. The original place was incomparably flat and became a piece of crimson blood soil. Where are we? Little Fatty asked as soon as the tremor subsided. Inside the Cyprius furnace. Zhou Tong said, The little Fatty was on the verge of tears. His voice was trembling as he said, no one from the barbarian tribe has ever dared to enter the interior of the Cyprius furnace. Even the legends about this place are very few. It's already so scary outside, but inside, who wants to open the gates of the underworld? Suddenly, a gloomy spiritual fluctuation came from the spatial passage. We don't want to open the gates of the underworld, but Xiao Chun immediately explained. Soon after, this voice discussed with Xiao Chun and the others for a long time. It also talked about the origin of this place. There were several dark domains between heaven and earth. They were extremely chaotic. If one fell into them, it would be difficult for them to return to the world of the living. This place was the interior of the Cyprius furnace refined by Zhu Shun. In the past, Zhu Shun wanted to create rules, establish order, and smelt the dark domains together. Unfortunately, he failed, but very soon, this spatial passage directly closed, and the group was completely trapped inside the Cyprius furnace. Xiao Chun and Little Fatty were a little dazed. How were they supposed to get out of here? Don't look down on this place, because it was under the sacred mountain. There was no soil layer at all. This place was a world of its own, boundless and boundless. Let's look around, Zhou Tong said. The group was helpless. They could only move forward, looking everywhere for a way out. During this time, there were also many wandering souls, but they didn't dare to approach due to the might of the sacred tree of dragons in Xiao Chen's hand. A few days later, they found a stretch of ruins. Among them, there was a magnificent but already dilapidated ancient palace. In the middle of the palace, there was a skeleton throne, and a snow-white skeleton was sitting upright on top of it. The divine light in the skeleton's eye sockets throbbed as it stared at the group. "You, who are you?" Little fatty oxman couldn't help but take a few steps back. King Chu Jiang of the 10 Underworld Kings. A clear spiritual fluctuation transmitted into everyone's heart, making Xiao Chun and the others feel terrified. But very soon, King Chu Jiang threw down an Inwood command token and said, "This is a letter for you, Xiao Chun. It's a letter asking for help." Xiao Chun doubtfully picked up the Inwood command token. Immediately, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. There were crooked little claw marks on the command token. These were definitely his claw marks. Xiao Chun began to listen to the information within the Inwood command token. However, Zhou Tong was very interested in something like the Inwood. The Inwood was an extremely rare tree. No matter if it was alchemy or smithing, as long as a little bit of the Inwood was added, it would greatly increase the success rate. Legend has it that the Inwood grew in the underworld. It would grow an inch in 100 years, a foot in 1,000 years, and only 3 meters in 10,000 years. A 3-meter-tall Inwood would be scarlet red, like a blood agate. And when the Inwood grew to 3 meters, it would turn purple and possess extremely high spirituality. Just this piece of Inwood in Xiao Chen's hand could be used to refine Zushin weapons. This is the Inwood unique to this world. I wonder what kind of thing it would turn into after a few million years, or even 100 million years. Looking at the piece of Inwood in Xiao Chen's hand, Zhou Tong couldn't help but have the idea of digging up a few stalks of Inwood to cultivate. But very soon, Xiao Chen still couldn't understand the information on the command token. He asked King Chu Jiang for guidance. King Chu Jiang said, "You guys go to the 9th Underworld platform." "Where's the 9th Underworld platform?" Xiao Chun continued to ask. "After leaving the Sun Luo Temple, keep moving forward. If the Azure Dragon is willing to bring you guys at full speed, you will be able to see a mountain-sized underworld platform in a quarter of an hour. But even with the Black Dragon's speed, it will take around half a month to reach there." King Chu Jiang said, "Remember, try to avoid those departed souls on the way. Some departed souls in the underworld can't be treated by anyone. If you encounter some unknown underworld, try to stay as far away as possible. There are some places that even I have to avoid." Xiao Chen's group bid farewell to King Chu Jiang and left the Sun Luo Temple. At this time, Xiao Chun and Lil Fatty looked at Zhou Tong at the same time. "What are you looking at me for? Do you think that I will bring you guys forward? Dream on." Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at the two. "It just so happens that I haven't explored the underworld yet. I can go and take a look. I also want to see what kind of almighty beings there are in the underworld that even I have to give way. Boss Azure Dragon, you can't be thinking of sweeping through everything, right?" Little Fatty trembled slightly. "Coward, what are you afraid of?" A trace of fighting intent appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes. Zhou Tong was able to kill Longevity Realm cultivators when he was in the Zephyr Realm. Now that he was in the Longevity Realm and had the dragon's sacred sword in his hand, even Fish Leaping Realm cultivators might not be his match. Chapter 790. After leaving the Sun Luo Temple, the Black Dragon King carried everyone forward. This underworld was very dark, just like the night under the starlight. After walking for a short while, the Black Dragon King suddenly stopped. Everyone could faintly see some buildings in the distance. That was a large group of majestic buildings, as if there were layers upon layers of palaces connected together. Although it looked like the front was deathly still, it was emitting a weak fluctuation that made people feel stifled. The little Fatty said in a low voice. There must be a fierce character in front. This place is less than 1,000 miles away from King Chujiang's son Luo Temple. With such a close distance, they definitely didn't put King Chujiang in their eyes. Were you afraid of charge? Zhou Tong didn't think too much. He directly ordered the Black Dragon King to charge forward. There were layers upon layers of palaces in front of them. The moment they charged forward, who dares to offend the profound, dark Ghost King? Accompanied by a furious roar, a black aura could be seen. Accompanied by a burst of thunder, the sinister ghost aura submerged this place. The one who made the move was a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster. Although he was humanoid, his arms were a pair of beast claws. The pitch-black claws carried waves of thunder, causing Xiao Chun and the rest to tremble in fear. Boom! Zhou Tong directly threw out a punch, accompanied by the sound of thunder. He didn't use any tricks to dodge, but met the attack head-on. With just one attack, Zhou Tong was able to tell, although this Ghost King's realm was far above his fighting power was still within the range that he could handle. Boom! On one side was the thunder accompanied by the sinister ghost aura. On the other side was the green lightning that Zhou Tong used with the innate ability of dragons. The collision of the two immediately caused the void to tremble. Xiao Chun, the little fatty oxman, and the Black Dragon King had no choice but to continue retreating to prevent themselves from being affected. Dragons of the Yang realm? Even if the dragons can call the wind and summon the rain in the Yang realm, this is the underworld. Die for me. The Ghost King madly roared. His body suddenly doubled in size. A pitch-black claw carrying 1,000 layers of thunder charged forward. It was incomparably tyrannical. In the outside world, such battle prowess was enough to sweep a large mountain off the ground and even leave an indelible mark on the ground. You're still far from being able to play with lightning in front of me. Zhou Tong didn't use his sword. He didn't even use any of the dragon's divine abilities. He only used the Tyrannosaurus dragon's inherited technique to control the lightning. Azure light flowed around his body as lightning surged from his body. He clashed head-on with the Ghost King, causing endless lightning to erupt, destroying the entire building complex in an instant. Yin lightning and yang lightning. This world's lightning techniques are quite interesting. With the Xian Yin Ghost King's Yin lightning and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's lightning inheritance, I might be able to reach a higher level. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he fought. In the shrouding the heavens world, Zhou Tong was proficient in the Thunder Emperor's precious technique. His thunder method could be said to be #1 in the world. Needless to say, in the Yang spirit world, the foundation of the Taoist technique in that world was actually thunder. And now, he was comprehending the lightning laws of a lifelong realm in the midst of battle. He wasn't in a hurry to determine victory or defeat. Instead, he was comparing and comprehending the lightning laws of the lifelong dragons. Boom! After comprehending for a long time, he sensed that the Xian Yin Ghost King in front of him no longer had any lightning techniques that could surprise him. He immediately used all his strength and slashed. In an instant, the endless dark green lightning turned into a divine sword accompanied by a sharp sword light. It was incomparably fierce and directly slashed towards the Xian Yin Ghost King. After absorbing the Xian Yin Ghost King's Yin Lightning Dao, Zhou Tong's lightning became even stronger. He continuously slashed out dozens of times and finally killed the Ghost King. We won. In the distance, Xiao Chun and the little fatty oxman saw that the Ghost King dissipated in the lightning and finally felt relieved. Let's continue forward. Zhou Tong returned and sat back on the Black Dragon King's back. He directly ordered. After that, he closed his eyes and quietly felt the harvest from before. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King turned into a black light and carried the group forward. Just like this, Zhou Tong continued to push forward, entering and exiting one palace after another. In just a few days, countless wounds appeared on his body, and there were bloodstains all over. Because there was no weakling in this netherworld. They were all peerless evil spirits, and the weakest among them was at the 7th or 8th heavenly layer of the immortal realm. Among them, there were some strong ones. Even if Zhou Tong took out the dragon's sacred sword, he still had to pay the price of heavy injuries to win. In such a non-stop battle, even if it was a bitter battle, even with the indestructible Vajra body, he still couldn't withstand it. The continuous battle caused Zhou Tong's injuries to worsen. At the same time, his body's potential was also incessantly stimulated. He had a deeper understanding of this world's divine abilities and battle skills. In just 10 days, he had reached a higher level of enlightenment, from the first heavenly layer of the immortal realm to the second heavenly layer of the immortal realm. Roar! In the palace ahead, a wild roar resounded. A 10-meter-tall, huge ghost figure appeared. Its gaze was faint. This was a strange-looking evil spirit. Although it was also humanoid, its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. There was even some red hair between the scales. It looked very frightening. This ghost's battle strength is very strong. Xiao Chun exclaimed from afar. No matter how strong it is, can it be stronger than the Azure Dragon King? Fatty Oxman was speechless. On the way here, he didn't know how many ferocious evil spirits he had seen, but in the end, they all turned into ashes. That's true. The Azure Dragon King is simply a bottomless abyss. I can't see where his limit is. Xiao Chun also didn't know what to say. After the continuous bloody battle, even Xiao Chun and Fatty Oxman, who followed along, were numb. In their opinion, Zhou Tong was simply a war god. The more he fought, the fiercer he became, the stronger he became. Although his realm only increased by 1 heavenly layer, his battle strength definitely increased by more than 1 heavenly layer. Sure enough, after exchanging more than 100 blows, Zhou Tong was in high spirits. He transformed into his dragon form, ferocious and domineering. A pair of dragon claws with extreme masculine strength tore the ghost's body apart. Then, with a swing of his dragon tail, the ghost that was torn apart was smashed into pieces in the air. Pale green ghost blood splattered everywhere. Continue forward. Zhou Tong returned and ordered again. Wait a minute. Just when the Black Dragon King wanted to continue forward, Xiao Chen's face suddenly changed and immediately called for a halt. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Fatty Oxman immediately asked. There seems to be something over there. There seems to be some problem with the Swirenshi shroud that I refined into my body using the weapon fusion ability. Xiao Chen pointed at a direction not far away and said. Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chun and understood in his heart. That's right, I pushed my way forward. The place I passed by is different from the original work when Xiao Chun and the rest entered here. If I continue, that 9-part stoneman won't fall into Xiao Chen's hands. This world is full of schemes. Finally, under the expectant gaze of Fatty Oxman and Xiao Chun, Zhou Tong slightly nodded and indicated the Black Dragon King to walk towards the place indicated by Xiao Chun. Chapter 791. In the process of moving forward, they naturally encountered some evil spirits blocking the way, but without exception, they were all dealt with by Zhou Tong. Immortality Realm 2nd Heavenly Layer, coupled with his own fighting talent, ordinary Fish Leap Realm cultivators below the 3rd Heavenly Layer were no longer his opponents. If he used the dragon's sacred sword, he could even directly fight against a cultivator of the 1st Heavenly Layer. Holding the dragon's sacred sword in his hand was like holding a legendary sacred weapon in the shrouding the heavens world. As long as he didn't encounter something really terrible, he could completely do whatever he wanted. There's light ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Chen exclaimed. The underworld had always been dim, so the sudden appearance of light seemed very discordant. However, there was no power in the light. Instead, there was a little bit of divine aura rippling. After approaching, they could see clearly that there were 3 dilapidated ancient temples there. The specks of light came from the broken Buddha statues. Boom! As soon as they approached, the Swirenshi shroud in Xiao Chen's body suddenly rushed out of his body. Especially at the moment when it left his body, the red and black shroud immediately broke away from Xiao Chen's control and trembled. In an instant, dust and sand flew, and stones tumbled. The foundation of the ancient temple was all shattered by the bloody cloth, and stone sand flew out. The foundation of the temple was overturned, and then a stone leg appeared in front of everyone. This was a thumb-long stone leg. There was no divine power fluctuation on it, and there was no trace of spiritual aura. It looked ordinary, like a stone leg carved out of an ordinary stone. The natural stone king bred by the 9 lanterns has the inheritance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It can even bear the divine power of the emperor and has infinite potential. Zhou Tong was a little envious. This thing was simply a part of the body of a supreme powerhouse. If he studied it carefully, he would definitely get great benefits. But although he was envious, this thing couldn't be touched. This was part of the layout of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Boom! After Xiao Chun accepted this stone leg, Swarinchi's shroud vibrated again, guiding Zhou Tong and others to a huge stone sword. This sword was fierce and murderous. If it weren't for Zhou Tong, Xiao Chun and others wouldn't have been able to get close. Coming to the sword, they could clearly see the words Zhu Xian engraved on the sword. But soon, when Xiao Chun approached here, the stone sword suddenly shone brightly, shattering the stone on the sword body, revealing a peerless edge, and then flew into the sky and disappeared in the underworld. Xiao Chun and the others were dumbstruck as they watched the sword leave. However, in the hole after the Zhu Xian sword left, another stone leg could be seen. It was exactly the same as the stone leg Xiao Chun obtained before. Continuing forward, the group soon arrived at the last Buddhist land in the underworld, Ksitigarbha Temple. There are still a few ghost monks guarding this place among all kinds of evil spirits. This poor monk has a request. Can you give me a few drops of true yang blood? The evil spirits in the underworld are too fierce. Recently, the ancient temple in this place is about to fall. A ghost monk looked at Zhou Tong with a burning gaze. Although he called them benefactors, his intention was very clear. He wanted a few drops of Zhou Tong's dragon blood. Only his dragon blood could help them hold on in this area for a while. Of course, the Black Dragon King's blood was also effective, but it was far inferior to Zhou Tong's blood. If you want my dragon blood, the price is not low. Zhou Tong said, this poor monk can feel that a great treasure is about to appear in the Ksitigarbha Temple. This poor monk is willing to exchange this treasure. This ghost monk was very sincere. However, Zhou Tong didn't buy it, because he knew that the so-called great treasure was only 1/9 of the stone man. This thing was Xiao Chen's, not his. Using his dragon blood to exchange for Xiao Chen's treasure, Zhou Tong was not that stupid. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, I can roughly guess what the so-called great treasure is. But this thing is useless to me. I can give you a drop of my blood, but other than that great treasure, I also want your Buddhist inheritance. Buddhist inheritance was unique. Zhou Tong himself already knew about the inheritance of the immortal monks of the Shrouding Heaven world during the immortal ancient era. He also knew about the inheritance of the Amitabha Buddha Emperor. He even knew about the inheritance of the great Zen temple in the Yang God world. It could be said that each inheritance had its own unique characteristics. They were completely different from other things. Now, he took a fancy to the Buddhist inheritance of the longevity world. Benefactor is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. How can this poor monk not follow? Ghost Monk didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Please follow me. Ghost Monk brought Zhou Tong to the Sutra Pavilion in the depths of the temple. This Sutra Pavilion had experienced countless years. Now it was dilapidated. However, there were still many scriptures left. These scriptures emitted bursts of Buddhist aura. They were left behind by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the past. It was also the Buddhist power contained in these scriptures that supported this temple in the underworld where ghosts ran rampant. The scriptures left behind by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the past are all here. Benefactor, please help yourself. This ghost monk said. All these years, it's really not easy for you guys to hold on. Zhou Tong looked at these ghost monks and felt somewhat emotional. To be able to go against the tide in the underworld where ghosts ran rampant and persevere with a Buddhist heart. If these ghost monks went to the shrouding heaven world, they would at least be great sage-level Buddhas. I will do what I say. Zhou pondered for a moment. With a point of his fingertip, 3 drops of dragon blood flowed out from his body. Ghost Monk's eyes lit up. The quality of these 3 drops of dragon blood was high beyond his imagination. While chanting the name of Buddha, he immediately took out a jade bottle and stored the 3 drops of dragon blood. Many thanks for benefactor's help. This poor monk will not disturb benefactor. The old monk bowed to Zhou and then slowly withdrew from the sutra pavilion. Let me see what kind of cultivation method inheritance the Buddhism of this world has. After the old monk left, Zhou immediately entered the sutra pavilion and quickly browsed through the scriptures. Not long after Zhou entered the sutra pavilion, the Ksitigarbha temple suddenly shook. Even Zhou, who was in the sutra pavilion, could clearly feel the strong tremor. He knew that the 3rd part of the 9 stone man had returned to Xiao Chen's side. The stone man was divided into 9 parts, of which the legs and left arm were in this underworld. At the same time, on the other side. Xiao Chen looked inside his body and was shocked. Following the completion of the 3 parts of the stone man, Xiao Chen discovered that the 2 legs of the stone man had already started to sit cross-legged. Moreover, the 2 legs and the left arm had some kind of connection, so much so that he could even faintly see a human figure. This person was like a cultivator, quietly sitting cross-legged in his body and cultivating. Xiao Chen could even feel that this stone man and himself seemed to be one. There was a kind of quiet and harmonious feeling. Chapter 792. Although there were thousands of scriptures in the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's temple, most of them were just ordinary Buddhist scriptures. There weren't many cultivation methods. Zhou only spent half a day to find all the divine abilities, cultivation methods, and battle skills passed down by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The Buddhist sects of this world are more or less the same. It's just that there's a difference in their cultivation methods. Zhou roughly understood the cultivation methods of this world's Buddhist sects. After that, Zhou and the rest continued forward. With the guidance of the ghost monk in the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva temple, they found the 9th underworld platform in a short 2 days. The 9th underworld platform looked like a 1,000-meter-tall volcano. It stood there quietly with a majestic aura. In the dusky underworld, although there was no lack of thousands of meters-tall mountains, there weren't many that could be compared to the 9th underworld platform in terms of aura and pressure. The 9th underworld platform seemed to have a soul. If one listened carefully, they could even feel its pulse. The entire mountain was dark red, as if it was dyed red by endless blood. There was an indescribable sense of dread and oppression. The group quickly climbed up the mountain. There was an old woman guarding the mountain. She was the little fatty oxman's ancestor. After chatting for a while, Xiao Chen directly jumped into the heart of the 9th underworld platform's volcanic crater and communicated with Ku through the sealed door. On the other side, the old woman brought the little fatty oxman to fuse with the Ox King's soul. I'm the only one here, but it's fine. The comprehension I gained during this period of time is enough for me to reach the next level. Zhou didn't think too much. He directly sat down cross-legged and quietly cultivated. During this period of time, Zhou had also found more than 50 stalks of amethyst darkwood from the residences of the evil spirits that had been destroyed. Among them, there were even 3 stalks of amethyst darkwood that had reached 100,000 years of age and could bear fruit. These things were all transplanted into Zhou small world and properly planted. Among them, the Enwood ginseng fruits were further converted into potential and deposited in the depths of Zhou sea. Not long after he sat down, boom, a loud sound rang out from his body, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. The divine power in his body surged out violently, causing his body to be surrounded by boundless green light. At this moment, he entered the 3rd layer of the longevity realm. I didn't expect a monster like you to appear in this generation of dragons. At this moment, the old woman's voice sounded beside Zhou. Zhou opened his eyes and saw the old woman walking towards him step by step. He opened his mouth and said, "Aren't you afraid that something will happen to your descendant when he fuses with the fighting soul? That Ox King fighting soul has been in my hands for countless years. Furthermore, this fighting soul is extremely compatible with Little Fatty. There shouldn't be a problem." The old lady was very confident. However, Xiao Chun wants to see that heaven-defying little beast. The Little Fatty has merged with the strongest fighting soul, so you won't gain much. Could it be that Senior is willing to give me a good fortune? Zhou Tong looked at the old woman in surprise. This old woman doesn't have any good fortune that suits you. However, this old woman is more familiar with this underworld. This old woman knows a few places where the amethyst darkwood is located. Those darkwood have been growing for more than 100,000 years and can already bear darkwood ginseng fruits. This old woman can guide you to collect them. The old woman smiled. Those amethyst darkwood that can bear darkwood ginseng fruits most likely have an owner. Zhou Tong looked at the old woman and chuckled. Along the way, a small darkwood forest had already appeared in his small world. He knew the origin of these darkwood better than anyone else. That's right. If you weren't here, this old woman wouldn't even say this. The old woman said straightforwardly, "If you're afraid, then forget it. There's no need to provoke me. It's rare for me to come to the underworld. How can I not bring back some local specialties? However, if the quantity is too little, then it's meaningless." Zhou Tong chuckled. In fact, he had already figured out the old woman's thoughts. The underworld was too chaotic. King Chu Jiang couldn't manage it at all, especially when there were too many kinds of evil spirits. This old woman definitely wanted to borrow Zhou Tong's hand to get rid of a group of these evil spirits. The old woman looked at Zhou Tong meaningfully and then reported more than 30 places. The amethyst darkwood in these places add up to more than 300 stalks. The amethyst darkwood that can bear fruit after reaching 100,000 years of age is no less than 20 stalks. How much you can get will depend on your own ability, the old woman said. Just as the old woman and Zhou Tong were talking, Xiao Chun and the little fatty oxman came back one after another. On the contrary, Xiao Chun was very satisfied because he already knew that Ko was living very well in those dark places. There was no problem with her safety. As for the little fatty oxman, he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed because after he fused with the ox spirit, a pair of ox horns grew out from his head. It's time to leave. Zhou Tong didn't wait for long and directly brought the little fatty and Xiao Chun forward. He didn't bring Xiao Chun and the others away. Instead, he continued to sweep through the underworld. He followed the old woman's direction and directly ran amok in the underworld. Xiao Chun and the little fatty oxman were scared witless by Zhou Tong's actions. Running amok in the underworld was too scary. Fight! However, Zhou Tong's fighting spirit was high. He didn't hide it at all and directly charged into the nest of those evil spirits and evil spirits. He fought with those big shots in the underworld. Every few days, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. Zhou Tong and those ghosts fought in a frenzy. If this kind of battle scene were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely shock the world and cause a huge wave. He had single-handedly challenged all of the major figures of the underworld and fought with all kinds of ghosts. This was simply like a legend. Zhou Tong was bathed in blood and fought fiercely. The wounds on his body increased more and more. He even fought crazily. He didn't have time to heal his wounds. Often, after hastily healing his wounds, he would rush to the next location, fighting madly along the way, harvesting along the way. After who knows how many months, Zhou Tong finally stopped. The address that the old woman gave me has been completed. All the amethyst moonwood have been collected. Zhou Tong was full of joy as he looked at the amethyst moonwood forest in his small world. Currently, there were close to 400 amethyst moonwood in the forest. As for the red amethyst moonwood that was less than 30,000 years old, there were even more. There were at least 1,000 of them. These pieces of een would illuminated a large area of his small world in red and purple. There were also dozens of amethyst moonwood with 3 to 5 amethyst moonwood ginseng fruits that emitted a rich fragrance. It's about time to leave the underworld. There was actually a lot of moonwood in the underworld. However, the places where the moonwood was located were places that Zhou Tong couldn't afford to offend. With all his goals achieved, Zhou Tong led the way and brought Xiao Chun and the little fatty out of the underworld. Chapter 793. Following the instructions of the old woman from the underworld, the group walked out of the oasis and appeared in an oasis on the sacred mountain. After leaving the oasis, the group quickly returned to the Pure Land. In the Pure Land, there were still flowers, grass, small bridges, flowing water, and dense spiritual energy. This scene formed a strong contrast with the dusky and gloomy underworld. After leaving the underworld and returning to this place, Zhou Tong felt as if a lifetime had passed. "Uncle, you guys are back?" "Yeah, you guys actually bumped into each other?" Ching Ching was the first to notice Zhou Tong's group. Like a fairy, she floated over. She discovered that Xiao Chun and Zhou Tong had returned together and was immediately shocked. However, she then looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Uncle, it seems that your complexion is much better. There are even a few black hairs in your white hair. It seems that your lifespan has increased." Xiao Chen's body was indeed gradually improving as he cultivated the heavenly steel mysterious technique. Those divinized apertures were constantly overflowing with strands of profound qi, slowly improving his physique. The environment in the Pure Land is not bad. "Do you mind if I stay here for a year or two?" Zhou Tong asked. "If the Azure Dragon King wants to stay, then it's our honor." At this time, Ching Ching's grandfather walked over and smiled at Zhou Tong. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Zhou Tong had completely walked out of the Nirvana realm and cultivated to the longevity realm. He must have obtained the Dragon King's fortune that he mentioned before at the Sacred Mountain. That's why he could improve so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, the baleful aura on his body was extremely dense. He must have experienced a great battle at the Sacred Mountain. After the tempering of blood and fire, he definitely needed some relaxation. The path of cultivation was also one of tension and one of relaxation. Time passed quickly. Spring, winter, and autumn came. Zhou Tong had already lived in the Pure Land for more than a year. During this period of time, he didn't look for any opponents. Instead, he meditated here and comprehended the nature of heaven and earth. Previously, during the battle in the underworld, he had observed the various divine abilities and battle skills of dozens of evil ghosts, and also obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Zhou Tong verified it with his own dragon's inheritance, shrouding the heavens world, and Yangshan world's Tao and law. Almost every moment, he had a new understanding. In a short span of a year, he had improved at the rate of one heavenly layer every 2 months. His cultivation base had advanced from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer. During this period, he also frequently traveled to the various tribes of the barbarian race and the forest race. He witnessed the bold and unrestrained fighting style of the barbarian race and the forest race's unique way of nature. During this period, he had also searched for treasures in the endless mountains. He had found countless treasures of heaven and earth and transplanted them into his own inner world. After Zhou Tong reached the 9th celestial layer of the longevity realm, this inner world had increased to 100,000 square kilometers. This area was comparable to some large islands, and the terrain above was countless times more complicated. Indifferent to favor or disgrace, watching the flowers bloom and fall in front of the courtyard. Indifferent to leave or stay, watching the clouds in the sky. Zhou Tong quietly cultivated and lived in the Pure Land. The old people in this Pure Land were also once all-powerful figures. Zhou Tong also obtained countless lost or famous divine abilities and battle skills from them. Aquarius Seal, Turtle Life Secret Art, Flying Heaven Escape, Telepathic Sword Wave. In his spare time, he had also deduced the origin of these divine abilities and battle skills, and even improved their power to a higher level. Of course, in the past year, what he focused on perfecting was to transform the true dragon treasure technique of the shrouding the heavens world into the cultivation system of the longevity world. But in this year, he had barely completed one move, which was also the move Zhou Tong used most in the Shrouding the Heavens world, Dragon Fist. Calculating the time, it's almost time. It's time to go out and exercise. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the blue stone in front of his hut and said softly, 1 year's time to settle down. It was also time to go out and see the outside world. Especially now that it was a turbulent era, he should go out and take a walk. After bidding farewell to some of the old people in the Pure Land, Zhou Tong directly left this place. This simple, peaceful, and substantial year spent in the Pure Land was destined to become an indelible impression in his heart. At the southwest border of the longevity world, the mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. This mysterious land was the habitat of the Jungle Tribe and the Barbarian Tribe. However, the Pure Land was not at the southwest end. In fact, this place was already very close to the Middle Land. Zhou Tong just casually flew, and in an instant, he had already stepped into the Middle Land. The Middle Land was vast and boundless. Since ancient times, this place had been the most central region of the longevity world. Countless outstanding people were born here for countless of years. The Middle Land was vast and boundless, but the most important ones were the 5 hegemon-like nations: Xia, Shang, Zhou, Brahmin, and Rome. These 5 empires occupied 80% of the Middle Land's territory. Their territory was vast and boundless. The surface area of any one of these nations was comparable to the surface area of the Earth. Among these 5 great empires, Xia, Shang, and Zhou were mostly Easterners with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. And Rome was mostly Westerners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Brahmin was mostly Easterners with mixed blood. Moreover, the majority of the population believed in Buddhism. Apart from these 5 hegemon-level nations, there were also countless vassal states in the Middle Land. The large ones had an area of several tens of millions of square kilometers, and the small ones only had one city. These nations were numerous in number, but because of their lack of strength, they could only survive in the cracks between these 5 hegemon-level nations. Especially these nations often had to rely on these hegemon-level nations to survive. Of course, the 8 largest nations, Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, were completely independent. After Zhou Tong entered the Middle Earth, the mountains and rivers here were no longer as steep and desolate as before. There were many mountains and rivers in the Middle Earth. However, the mountains and rivers here were beautiful and full of spirit energy, full of charm. The mountains were covered in clouds and mist. The rivers were surging and roaring. The plains were full of vitality. As far as the eye could see, it was a picturesque landscape. Zhou Tong had entered the southwest of the Middle Earth. This was the territory of the Great Shang Nation. This nation was one of the hegemons of the Middle Earth, and it was at the peak of its power. The scenery before him was magnificent. Zhou Tong couldn't help but slow down. He descended from the sky and walked step by step on the Middle Earth. Climbing the steep Crimson Dragon Peak, he felt the traces of draconic chi left behind on the peak. It was rumored that an Edisaurus had once cultivated in seclusion here, leaving behind a vast amount of draconic chi. No matter what kind of plant was planted here, it would grow abnormally vigorous. Walking on the mulberry forest plains, the endless mulberry trees were full of vitality. It was rumored that Zhu Shan's Yukashi had once preached the Tao here. As Zhou Tong walked here, it was as if he could hear the Tao voice passed down by Zhu Shan's Yukashi. Passing through the Valley of Swords, looking at the valley that had been cleaved out by a single sword strike, and feeling the inextinguishable supreme sword intent, Zhou Tong felt a surge of emotions. He wanted to fight with such an opponent. Chapter 794. Zhou Tong quietly walked through the great lands of the Central Plains, passing by one legendary place after another, looking at the traces left behind by the great battles. Along the way, the local customs of the world of immortals, the various Tao marks left behind by the cultivators of the world of immortals, the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, everything in this world turned into a series of insights that rushed into his heart. The Azure Dragon River was the largest river in the Middle-earth. It was 800,000 miles long, and its widest point was 800 miles wide. This river originated from the Great Shang dynasty in the southwest of the Middle-earth. It flowed through the Great Shang, Great Xia, Great Zhou, and many other hegemonic countries. It crossed the Great Song, Great Tang, Great Qing, and many other weaker countries. Finally, it flowed into the Eastern Sea. If one looked at the map of the Middle Continent from a bird's-eye view, the Azure Dragon River was like a horizontal bow that ran through more than half of the Middle-earth. Especially this Azure Dragon River's countless tributaries that nurtured more than half of the Middle-earth's land. The current of the Azure Dragon River was rapid, and the white waves surged to the sky. The fishes, turtles, prawns, and clams in the river were leisurely and full of vitality. Zhou Tong walked forward alone and finally arrived at the Azure Dragon River. Looking at the great river flowing to the east with surging waves, endless wilderness, and endless river water, he immediately threw away everything in his heart. His body seemed to have become one with this vast river. He couldn't help but throw away all the shackles in his heart. He stood beside the Azure Dragon River that had surged for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. He looked at the surging river water and felt the vastness of the world and the flow of time. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see every rhythm of the river water, as if he could feel the mysterious thoughts transmitted by each wave. He was closer to this world than ever before. He truly felt the realm of heaven and earth are born with me. All living things are one with me in this world. At this moment, the river water surged into his blood vessels and flowed endlessly. The wind in the sky blew the clouds as if it was the natural breathing of the world. Zhou Tong's entire being seemed to have become one with this strange rhythm. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. The river water on the ground was surging. The fishes and prawns in the water were flourishing. Everything in the world was reflected in his heart. It was as if he was the only person left in this world. As his mind wandered, Zhou Tong seemed to be standing above the boundless heavens. Looking down, the Azure Dragon River surged and roared. The river was vast and boundless, flowing for 1,000 miles. Everything in the world was full of vitality. Looking up at the starry sky, the sun and moon were twinkling, the stars were sparkling, the galaxy was surging, and the stars in the universe were boundless and mysterious. At the same time, several images appeared in his mind. These are the images on the ancient heavenly steel, such as the eternally subduing Yellow River, the eternally subduing isolated island, and the resplendent human Tao. In this state of nature, Zhou Tong also seemed to have returned to his original state. He involuntarily transformed back into his dragon form and quietly coiled on a huge rock by the river. At the same time, in Zhou Tong's deep sea, the yin and yang currents began to circulate on their own. A profound insight emerged in his heart, and at the same time, the isolated island world in the deep sea suddenly lit up, incomparably brilliant. In the isolated island world, countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth shone at the same time, bursting out tiny green lights. With Zhou Tong's breath, they flowed toward his flesh, blood, internal organs, bones, and even his limbs and veins. As if he had been baptized by life, Zhou Tong's internal organs, limbs and veins, bones, and every inch of his skin and flesh were nourished by the rich life essence. Like a sudden heavy rain in a dry desert, Zhou Tong's body was also further transforming. He, who was trapped in the ninth heaven of the longevity realm, suddenly broke through at this moment. His cultivation was like a flood breaking through a dam, breaking through several barriers in succession. Break, break, break. He broke through again and again. With the improvement of Zhou Tong's spiritual realm, the life essence in his body became exuberant. At this moment, Zhou Tong clearly heard the sound of something breaking in his body. That was the breakthrough of the realm and the improvement of the essence of life. At this moment, He broke through 3 barriers from the 9th heaven of the longevity realm and directly promoted to the 3rd heaven of the fish leap realm. I didn't expect to break through like this. I broke through 3 layers in a row. Zhou Tong broke out of the shed dragon skin and floated in the air. He opened his eyes, and there was a trace of understanding in his eyes. Today's Zhou Tong was no different from the real Edisaurus. If there was a difference, it would be that he still lacked 2 real Edisaurus whiskers on his head, which was one of the symbols of the majesty of dragons. But it's also true that I have a very high realm in the shrouding the heavens world. Even if it's a different cultivation system, my core path remains the same. I only need to constantly adjust and keep approaching the essence of this world. As long as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth can keep up, I can easily continue to break through. Zhou Tong secretly thought. It could be said that this time, the enlightenment of the oneness of heaven and men had completely opened up a channel for Zhou Tong's extremely high realm. If he had such a few more realizations in the future, he could even completely change his enlightenment of the mortal-immortal level into the cultivation system of this world in a very short period of time and reappear in this world. Subsequently, Zhou Tong turned back into his human form and continued to refine the shed dragon skin into his armor. It's estimated that after the last shedding, I will truly evolve to the level of Edisaurus. As long as I perfect the dragon whiskers. Zhou Tong's cyan dragon scale armor bloomed with brilliant cyan light. I have too much essence of Edisaurus. Ordinary dragon kings need to kill at least 7 or 8 dragon kings to be able to evolve to Edisaurus. And Zhou Tong, who killed the purple dragon king on Dragon Island and obtained the essence of Edisaurus of the black dragon king on the barbarian sacred mountain. This was the essence of 2 dragon kings. And the essence of Edisaurus he absorbed on Dragon Island was equivalent to the essence of 3 Edisaurus. Of course, the most important thing was that he also obtained the essence of Edisaurus of the White Dragon King on the barbarian sacred mountain. This White Dragon King was already very close to the level of Edisaurus. It had to kill at least 4 or 5 Dragon Kings to grow to this point. After absorbing the essence of Edisaurus of this White Dragon King, it was at least equivalent to the essence of 5 Edisaurus of Edisaurus. With all these added together, it was equivalent to Zhou Tong gathering the essence of 10 Dragon Kings of Edisaurus. These Edisaurus essence plus his own essence, that would be 11 Daozu Dragon's essence. If I evolve again, I will become an Edisaurus. But the Edisaurus on Dragon Island is not dead yet. If I directly evolve into an Edisaurus, will it lead to another great extinction of dragons? Zhou Tong knitted his brows. He was a little hesitant. But speaking of which, as an outsider, can I be considered as part of the dragon's curse? Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. This world's curse on the dragons, will it come true on me? Zhou Tong was very doubtful about this. Chapter 795. But as for the dragons, I'll think about it after I return to the Dragon Island and take a look at the Edisaurus. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and finally made up his mind. After reaching his current realm, he already had the capital to take revenge on the Undying Sect. But this Fish Leap realm, this is the feeling of the Fish Leap realm. Zhou Tong stood at the side of the Azure Dragon River and calmly looked at the river water, feeling the changes in his body. The Fish Leap realm was a big realm above the Immortal realm. It had strength that far surpassed the Immortal realm. However, the Fish Leap realm was equivalent to 9 tests. Each test was equivalent to the Fish Leap over the Dragon Gate. It was an unimaginably violent transformation. However, this realm was also an extremely dangerous realm. If the Fish Leap over the 9 heavens, one would fall behind if they didn't advance. If they fell behind, their body and soul would be destroyed. But if they succeeded, it was equivalent to crossing the Dragon Gate and turning into a dragon. The Fish Leap realm's fighting power is about the same as the King of Heaven concealing technique. However, this realm is much more difficult than the King of Heaven concealing technique. Zhou Tong felt the changes in his body. After leaping 3 levels in a row, his flesh, blood, and bones seemed to have transformed into a dazzling river of stars at this moment. His entire body emitted a clear radiance that was eternal and indestructible. Especially after entering this realm, he obtained even more divine abilities and combat skills from his bloodline. Those were the magical battle skills that belonged to the dragons. They were boundless and boundless. Such magical battle skills need to be honed properly in a place. Moreover, if I want to progress faster, besides the unity of heaven and man, the best way is to fight. The reason why I was able to progress so quickly in the longevity realm was because of the continuous battles in the underworld over the past few months. Now, to advance in the fish leap realm, I also need to go through some battles. Zhou Tong's heart was moved. He immediately thought of a place, Zhu Shun's heavenly palace. In the southern Terra Empire, a longevity temple appeared a year ago. Some powerful cultivators obtained some unusual treasures from there. Of course, only a part of the heavenly palace's periphery was breached. Therefore, the cultivators on the Immortals' mainland still didn't know that it was a heavenly palace refined by Zhu Shan's heavenly palace. However, although they didn't know the origin of this heavenly palace, it didn't hinder the cultivators on the Immortals' mainland from yearning and pursuing this heavenly palace. After all, any unusual treasures that flew out of the heavenly palace were extraordinary treasures. After all, this was something left behind by Zhu Shan's clan. Roar! Zhou Tong let out a dragon roar and instantly transformed into an azure dragon, flying straight into the 9 heavens. So what if people see that he's infinitely close to the Ediosaurus? This was a vast and boundless grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The grassland was lush with vegetation and was full of vitality. At this moment, nearly 10,000 cultivators had gathered on the grassland. In the sky, a palace surrounded by multicolored light floated there quietly. The surrounding white clouds gently fluttered under the illumination of the multicolored light, making that place look like an immortal's palace, especially that core palace. Even if it was surrounded by layers of white clouds and multicolored light, one could see billions of stars condensing, bright and resplendent. This was the heavenly palace that had caused a lot of commotion in the past year. In the past year, countless cultivators on the mainland rushed here one after another in an attempt to obtain a few valuable treasures from this heavenly palace. Near the heavenly palace, countless people had gathered. Not only were there humans, there were also other races. However, those on the ground were all people with low cultivation. If their cultivation was high, they would have already flown into the sky to participate in breaking the restriction of the heavenly palace. In the sky, there were countless people floating there. Not only were there humans, but there were also many other races. One could see more than 10 fallen angels with black wings on their back, quietly floating in a corner, coldly watching the heavenly palace. They were surrounded by a pitch-black mist. They looked gloomy and terrifying, full of dark aura. On the other side, there were 7 or 8 huge creatures floating. They were dragons. Most of the dragons were sealed on Dragon Island. Only the winged dragons still lived in the outside world. These 7 or 8 dragons were all experts of the winged dragon clan. The scales on their bodies shone brilliantly. During this time, they released their dragon aura along with their dragon might, forming a powerful pressure that caused countless cultivators to avoid them. From this, one could see how terrifying the dragons were. In other areas, one could see forest people, barbarians, angels, elves, and many other strange races. They were in groups of 3 to 5, floating around the heavenly palace. Some of them were trying to break the restrictions of the heavenly palace, while others were quietly comprehending the restrictions. At the very center, there were a few old men of the human race. They were quietly floating in the void. The old man in the center was holding a compass in his hand, as if he was calculating something. The other old men were also pinching their fingers together, coordinating with the old man in the center to calculate the restrictions of the heavenly palace. These old men were the core of breaking the restrictions of the heavenly palace. All the cultivators surrounded them. "It's here!" Suddenly, the old man holding the compass was overjoyed. He directly pointed at a side palace among the many palaces and shouted, "The weakest point of the heavenly palace's restrictions is this palace. Next, we can break through this palace to further break the restrictions of the heavenly palace." Roar! Hearing this, the winged dragons were the first to move. They directly opened their mouths and spat out a silver divine light, which heavily bombarded the palace. At the same time, on the other side, demonic clouds surged and black fog filled the sky. The fallen angels also attacked, and demonic clouds madly rushed toward the palace. The humans, forest people, elves, and other major races also attacked. They had been waiting here for a long time. They were waiting for the heavenly palace to be broken through, so that they could obtain the treasures inside. As the big shots in the sky moved, many cultivators below became alert and looked at the sky expectantly. These people knew that they could not compete with these big shots, but as long as they were lucky, they could pick up something. Perhaps there were things in these palaces that the big shots did not want. Boom! Everyone worked together and attacked together. Soon, the restriction formation of the side hall in the heavenly palace cracked. Then, an extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted from the side hall in an instant, causing everyone to pause. Then, a crimson divine saber slowly emerged from the broken side palace. Once this saber appeared, everyone's movements immediately slowed down. In particular, the dragons were shocked. They felt as if there was a saber on their necks, and their bodies were cold. Dragon slaying slash. It's the legendary dragon slaying slash. Soon, someone exclaimed. They recognized the origin of this saber. Chapter 796. Dragon Beheading Slash. According to the legends of the world of immortals, this blade was a supreme divine blade. Everyone's gaze was burning as they stared at that scarlet divine blade. They could faintly see the faintly discernible dragon pattern on the blade. According to legend, in ancient times, there was an expert who was extremely hostile to dragons. He refined a divine blade that was specially made to deal with dragons. On the day the blade was completed, he even directly beheaded a dragon king as a sacrifice. It was said that the scarlet blade was dyed red by the dragon king's blood. Dragon beheading slash. Damn it! How could it be this legendary weapon? Those winged dragons revealed an alarmed expression one after another. This blade was too effective against them. So much so that they felt that when facing this blade, they could only use 70 to 80% of their strength at most. This blade belongs to us dragons. Whoever dares to act rashly will be making an enemy out of us dragons. The winged dragon in the lead reacted very quickly. Its roar was accompanied by dragon might. It immediately intimidated some of those less courageous or weak cultivators. Although the dragons in the world of immortals were only a single branch of the winged dragon, they were still one of the strongest forces in the world. Especially that old dragon in the southern wasteland, he was even more intimidating. Rumor has it that he was once a dragon king who fought against the Edisaurus. Now, he was even a half-ancestor level existence. No one dared to provoke him. Do you think the dragons are unparalleled? The fallen angel closest to the winged dragon sneered. Not only was he not scared by this winged dragon, he even sped up a bit and directly pounced on that dragon beheading slash. The fallen angel's speed was already extremely fast. Now that the dragons were intimidated by the dragon beheading slash, and the others were intimidated by the winged dragon, this dragon beheading slash fell into the fallen angel's hand without any suspense. Haha, with the dragon beheading slash in my hand, what can a mere winged dragon do to me? The fallen angel faced the sky and laughed wildly. He charged towards the winged dragon and pointed the scarlet blade at the winged dragon in the lead. You dare point at me? The pterosaur's eyes narrowed, and it flapped its wings, which slashed toward the fallen angel like two heavenly blades. It wanted to kill the fallen angel with one strike. At the same time, it stretched out its dragon claws, which released brilliant silver light, and grabbed toward the dragon-slaying blade. Clang! The fallen angel wielded the dragon-slaying slash, which pulsed with divine light, and slashed at the pterosaur's dragon claw in an attempt to chop it off. He was using the dragon-slaying slash to counter dragons precisely because he wanted to face the dragons head-on and completely shatter their confidence. The dragon-slaying slash clashed with the dragon claw, and an earth-shattering boom rang out like the ringing of divine bells. The pterosaur was sent flying. At the same time, half of its dragon claw was chopped off. Although he had slashed the pterosaur away and severely injured it, the fallen angel was secretly shocked. He had the dragon-slaying slash, an item that could restrain dragons, but he still couldn't kill his opponent with a single slash. The physical bodies of dragons were terrifyingly powerful. On the other side, the pterosaur dragons were also astonished. This was only a fallen angel. How could it defeat their dragons in a head-on clash? Even the most powerful pterosaur among them had been severely injured in just one exchange. Everyone was extremely shocked. This fallen angel really had defeated the dragons in a head-on clash? Did this saber really have such a terrifying restraining effect on the dragon race? Just as everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, the sky had unknowingly darkened. Dark clouds accumulated in the distance, drifted, and spread over. The originally blue sky was dyed black by ink, and it quickly darkened and darkened as if it were dusk. Boom! The muffled thunder was like a raging wave, rolling and rolling over. The gale whistled, like a raging sea rushing over. The weather was changing so quickly that everyone could sense that something was amiss. The pterosaur in the sky seemed to have sensed something, and a hint of surprise appeared on its face. Draconic aura. That's right, it's draconic aura. The senior of our dragons has arrived. The pterosaur dragons were ecstatic. Although they didn't know which senior it was that actually brought along such a frightening wind and thunder, the draconic aura within the dark clouds was unmistakable. It was definitely a dragon. Furthermore, it was definitely not an ordinary dragon, because that draconic aura was faintly emitting the supreme aura of Supreme Dragon. Boom! Muffled thunder rumbled. Everyone looked at the dark clouds in the sky and saw a huge monster appeared within the dark clouds. Only a few scales and claws were occasionally exposed from the clouds, and it made countless people tremble in fear. This feeling is the might of a dragon. A big shot from the dragon clan has arrived. Why do those scales and claws look like Eddosaurus? Is there still an Eddosaurus in the Immortals' mainland? Don't tell me that old dragon from the southern wasteland has personally come. Everyone looked at the faintly discernible dragon's silhouette in the sky, and they were extremely nervous. Even the pterosaur group was shocked. That kind of might, and that dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon abdomen, and even that fleeting dragon tail, that was simply an Eddosaurus. Eddosaurus. Impossible. This aura is definitely not an Eddosaurus. The fallen angel holding the dragon slaying slash roared. However, even if it is an Eddosaurus, so what? I have the dragon slaying slash. It specializes in killing dragons. Boom! Before the fallen angel finished speaking, he was interrupted by the sound of thunder. Lightning poured down from the sky like a waterfall. This was not an ordinary lightning. It was a mixture of yin and yang, and even carried traces of primal chaos aura. It was incomparably terrifying and shocking. Moreover, when this lightning fell, it was accompanied by heavy rain and whistling gales. The scene was terrifying. The dragon in the dark clouds in the sky was naturally Jotong. After advancing to the fish-leaping realm, his body size had once again skyrocketed, reaching a length of 300 meters. Therefore, the image of a giant dragon appeared in the sky. Moreover, Jotong did not intend to keep a low profile, so he directly used the power of wind and thunder of the Tyrannosaurus bloodline to drive the celestial phenomenon and directly released an extremely terrifying move. It was as if a lightning tribulation swept across the sky and cleansed the universe. In an instant, the ink-like black gas all over the fallen angel's body turned into ashes and dissipated. Ah, the fallen angel roared. He was hit by the terrifying lightning that was as large as a mountain. His body was charred black, and he directly exploded in midair. Clang! The blood-red dragon, slaying slash, fell from the sky and directly stabbed into the grassland. In the midst of the lightning, only this item was unharmed. It heavily stabbed into the ground with the aftermath of the lightning, and all the grass and trees within a radius of 100 meters were instantly charred black by the electric current. Seeing this scene, the surroundings of the heavenly palace fell silent. A powerhouse who had been so majestic and awe-inspiring just a moment ago had fallen, and he had fallen so easily. Who dares to take the dragon slaying slash here? In the sky, Zhou Tong's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. This place was silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Not only did no one rush up to take the dragon slaying slash, but many powerhouses also avoided the area where the dragon slaying slash was stabbed, as if it was the plague. Chapter 797. The dragon beheading slash is here. Who dares to take it? Zhou Tong, who was within the black clouds, spoke again. His voice carried a trace of terrifying killing intent. Everyone on the scene kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to move in the slightest. They were deeply afraid that if they moved, they would attract the lightning strike. Dragon beheading slash, you think you are worthy of this name? Within the sky, Zhou Tong spoke again. At the same time, with a flash of green light, he transformed from a dragon's body into a human and landed in front of this blade. A child. After everyone saw Zhou Tong's transformation, their complexion changed slightly. Originally, they thought it was an old dragon. They didn't expect it to be such a young dragon. Even the experts of the winged dragons were a little shocked and doubtful. A dragon that contained such a pure and terrifying draconic aura was actually such a young dragon. Furthermore, they also didn't know, when did such a dragon appear in the Immortals' mainland? Could it be one of the dragon kings that came from the Dragon Island? A winged dragon suddenly thought of this. At the same time, he recalled a piece of information he obtained by chance. When that group of humans brought the young dragon kings out from the Dragon Island, they deliberately avoided the Azure Dragon King that possessed the most terrifying strength and potential. They didn't let that Azure Dragon King board the Edisaurus ship and leave the Dragon Island. Could it really be that Azure Dragon King that was overlooked by everyone? Don't tell me he left the Dragon Island alone. How did he leave the Dragon Island? The more this winged dragon thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. He looked at the top of Zhou Tong's head. There was still a pair of green, jade-like Edisaurus horns there. Without a doubt, this was definitely an Azure Dragon King. Furthermore, it had already evolved to the level of an Edisaurus. Furthermore, judging from his age, he was also a young Dragon King. There was no doubt about this. Clang! Just at this time, a sharp and melodious sword cry interrupted this winged dragon's guess. Along with the sacred light, a divine sword appeared in Zhou Tong's palm. The surging draconic aura was like a tidal wave. It made everyone on the scene feel depressed. Dragon beheading slash? Break for me. Zhou Tong snorted coldly, and the holy dragon's sword in his hand turned into a beam of light. It was as if it could cut through time and space as it slashed toward the dragon-slaying slash. Zhou Tong had used all of his power for the strike, fusing all of the dragon's abilities and battle skills into it. He had even fused the sword intent of the grass symbol sword technique into it. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, hacking apart the heavens. It was just too terrifying. Clang! The terrifying sword projection tore through the air. Its power was far too powerful, and it actually managed to break the dragon-slaying blade in half. Crack! The other half of the dragon-slaying slash fell from midair, and a metallic clang rang out as it crashed to the ground. At the same time, a clear sword mark was imprinted in the void. It was as if the sword had destroyed this part of the void. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. It's broken. The dragon-slaying blade was actually broken by him. Everyone looked at the broken saber with astonishment and a hint of pity in their hearts. This was a legendary weapon, and it was cut in half just like that. What a pity. Roar. At this moment, a crisp dragon's roar erupted from the dragon-slaying blade, and a dragon projection flew out from the broken saber. It nodded at Zhou Tong before disintegrating into nothingness. I've been freed, Zhou Tong murmured to himself. The legends were true. When the dragon-slaying blade was first forged, a dragon king had been slain as a sacrifice, and the dragon aura and resentment of this dragon king had been left behind on the dragon-slaying blade. Zhou Tong's destruction of the dragon-slaying blade had freed this dragon king. At the same time, a burst of surging dragon's holy sword in Zhou Tong's hand instantly flowed into Zhou Tong's body. This was a portion of Daozu dragon essence energy that had been left behind by the dragon king that had been slain. Now that the dragon-slaying blade had been broken, it had returned to Zhou Tong's body. Another portion of Daozu dragon essence energy. Now that I think about it, I have about 12 portions of Edisaurus essence energy in my body. Zhou Tong was becoming more and more worried. His rapid evolution had caused the dragons to exterminate several races. One had to realize that he was also a member of the Tyrannosaurus bloodline. If the Tyrannosaurus bloodline went extinct, in reality, Zhou Tong could roughly guess that he most likely wouldn't be able to be immune to this curse. This was because his body belonged to the dragons of this world. The probability of being immune to this curse is probably less than 20%. There's an 80% chance that I won't be able to be immune to it. Before I completely enter the perfected person realm, I'll have to return to the Dragon Island first, Zhou Tong murmured to himself. But before that, I still can't skip out on battles. Zhou Tong put away the two halves of the dragon-slaying blade. Then, he looked around and said, "The heavenly palace of the Yu Chao clan in Zhushun has been taken by us dragons. Does anyone have any objections?" His words instantly caused an uproar. What? This is actually the heavenly palace of the Yu Chao clan in Zhushun. The first thought in everyone's mind was the origin of this heavenly palace. It was actually the heavenly palace of a Yu Chao clan in Zhushun. The treasures contained within it were definitely terrifying. After this thought, another thought followed. No, this heavenly palace definitely can't be given to the dragons. Even if it's just a piece of the pie, it's fine. We definitely can't let the dragons take over the Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace. It's actually the Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace. We have to quickly inform the ancestor. This azure dragon is too powerful. Only the ancestor can suppress it. The Yu Chao clan is the Zhushun of our human race. How can he leave his heavenly palace to the dragons? We have to inform the ancestor. We definitely can't let the dragons take over this heavenly palace. Many people in the crowd couldn't sit still anymore. Previously, they thought that this was just a heavenly palace left behind by their seniors. They didn't expect that it was actually left behind by the Yu Chao clan in Zhushun. Anything related to the Yu Chao clan in Zhushun was no small matter. They had to inform their seniors. However, on the other side, the winged dragons were somewhat flabbergasted. They all cursed in their hearts. What is he doing? Just say that our dragons took over the heavenly palace. Why did he have to point out that it was the Yu Chao clan in Zhushun? Wouldn't this reignite the greed of those who were ready to give up? Naturally, they didn't know the inside story. The winged dragons all looked at Zhou Tong in confusion. However, Zhou Tong turned a blind eye to this. He merely stood in the air, quietly looking at the heavenly palace. He was very clear about the inside story. 90% of the Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace was made up of stone men. This part definitely belonged to Shao Chun. Therefore, it was destined that this heavenly palace couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. On the other side, Zhou Tong's goal wasn't the treasures in the heavenly palace. In fact, the weak treasures in the heavenly palace couldn't be compared to his sacred sword. The strong ones, such as the stone soldier, were useless to him now. He was actually here to fight. If he didn't spread the news about the Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace, how could he have so many opponents to fight in a short period of time? Chapter 798. The news of Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace quickly spread throughout the entire Immortals mainland. In the cultivation world, almost everyone knew about this matter. Every day, all kinds of cultivators would come to this plane. In less than a month, there were already more than 30,000 cultivators gathered in the vicinity of this heavenly palace. However, no one dared to approach Zhou Tong, because there were already 4 corpses lying beside him. These corpses were all experts who surpassed the immortality realm. There were experts from the Fallen Angel clan, as well as experts from the Eastern and Western Human clan. There was even a huge savage beast with a height of 100 jong. These 4 corpses were all experts who made a move against Zhou Tong in the past month. However, without exception, they were all killed by Zhou Tong. The whole process was neat and tidy, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! Just after a new group of people gathered in the vicinity of the heavenly palace, the palace in the sky suddenly shone brightly. Zhou Tong leaped high into the sky, like a dragon swimming in the 9 heavens. A dragon fist heavily bombarded one of the side halls of the palace. Buzz! In an instant, the void and the palace were like a picture scroll. They were torn apart by Zhou Tong's dragon fist and trembled violently. The divine power of the great Tao could destroy and penetrate everything. Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace, towering in the sky, was shaking violently. The multicolored light in the deepest part of the palace was swaying, as if it would collapse at any time. The onlookers in the vicinity couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying power Zhou Tong's fist contained. Buzz! The side hall that was destroyed by Zhou Tong suddenly shook. Immediately after, a pitch-black scroll flew out from the heavenly palace. Zhou Tong casually grabbed the pitch-black scroll in his hand. Everyone below looked at Zhou Tong with envy and jealousy. How can he be so fast? In the past, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to break the seal. Could it be that this Azure Dragon is proficient in the Tao of formations? How did you break another restriction so quickly? Damn it, that can't be the divine power technique left behind by Zhu Shun's Yu Chao clan, right? The cultivation method of our human race, Zhu Shun, has fallen into the hands of the dragons. That must be another treasure left behind by Zhu Shun's Yu Chao clan. Damn it, why hasn't my ancestor come yet? If you don't come, this heavenly palace will be emptied. Countless people were anxious. Judging from the array formation cultivation that Zhou Tong had displayed, the speed at which he broke through the heavenly palace was far faster than ordinary people. If he was allowed to continue, this heavenly palace would really become the property of the dragons. Demon Sealing Board? As soon as he obtained this item, Zhou Tong was stunned. He didn't think that besides the investiture of the gods, there would be something like the demon sealing list. Someone's coming. The instant he put away the demon sealing roll, Zhou Tong suddenly turned his head to look not too far away. Rumble. The moment Zhou Tong turned his head, a huge Buddha statue appeared in the sky. It was as if the Buddha Lord had been reborn. It was holy and majestic, looking down on the world. What's that? Did a Buddha, Lord of the Buddhist sect, come? Countless people below were shocked. Facing the pressure of the Buddha statue, those with weaker cultivation couldn't look straight at it. Even the experts of the older generation couldn't remain calm, because this was an expert that far surpassed the immortality realm. An incomparably huge Buddha statue filled the sky. When it slapped down with one hand, it almost covered a large area of the grassland below. How is this possible? What kind of divine ability is this? How can it be so terrifying? Everyone was stunned. This huge Buddha statue emitted a strong pressure. It was simply like a god overlooking the ants on the earth. Everyone's face turned pale, and they couldn't help but tremble. This was a kind of fear that came from the soul. Rumble. This Buddha statue was like a great god that separated heaven and earth. When it stretched out one hand, everything below was covered by this palm. The sky couldn't be seen. Suddenly, the sky trembled, as if it was about to collapse. A little dragon also dares to invade Zhu Shun's sky palace. Seeing that you are young and ignorant, quickly convert. I will accept you as my guardian dragon. The Buddha's statue opened its mouth. Its loud voice was like the sound of thunder. Many people's ears were ringing, and they were on the verge of collapse. Some of the weaker ones even directly vomited blood. The big hand emitted golden Buddha radiance and slowly pressed down. In an instant, an oppressive aura filled every inch of space, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Rumble. The Buddha's palm was vast and boundless. When this palm pressed down, it was as if a small world was pressing down. Everyone saw it. Zhou was like an ant. He was caught and suppressed by this palm. Azure Dragon King. How dare Buddhism bully us dragons? Not far away, those winged dragons all opened their mouths and shouted wildly. Each and every one of them were so angry that their eyes were about to split open. This was an invincible dragon king that appeared with great difficulty. Merciful Buddha, quickly convert. The Buddha statue's voice was like thunder, connecting heaven and earth. It was as if it came majestically from the nine heavens. At the same time, the Buddha's radiance shone like a rising sun. There were even sounds of Buddha's voice resounding. This Buddha statue wanted to completely suppress and subdue Zhou. Terrifying godly laws, along with the rolling Buddha's voice, constantly converged on the Buddha's palm. Everyone was shocked. It was fine if the Buddhists did not make a move, but when they did, it was so shocking. With the birth of this great Buddha, who in the world could compete with it? Zhou was caught in the palm of this great Buddha. He was being converted by the endless Buddha's voice and godly laws. He was on the verge of death. However, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. The huge Buddha statue suddenly trembled. The Buddha's radiance was almost instantly shattered. A bloody hole pierced through the entire arm of the great Buddha. Still want to put up a desperate struggle. The Buddha's voice shook the world. The shattered Buddha's radiance quickly recovered and became even more resplendent. At the same time, the bloody hole in the arm quickly disappeared. It was as good as new. However, a second loud sound came again. The Buddha statue's body shook violently, and blood kept sputtering. This time, the bloody hole did not appear on its palm, but on its body. One could see that this great Buddha's heart, right abdomen, shoulder, and even the space between its eyebrows had blood splatters. Clang! The brilliant sword light finally shattered all the Buddha's radiance. The sword light pierced through everything of the great Buddha. All kinds of Buddha's voice and godly laws could not stop this sword light. At the same time, Zhou appeared again. He stood quietly in the void. The azure dragon scale armor was already stained with a layer of Buddha's blood. He seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. He directly injured the great Buddha and reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. You think a piece of trash like you can convert me? Dream on. You're courting death. Zhou casually added another sword strike and directly killed this great Buddha. Buddha's blood splattered 3,000 feet and dyed a large piece of grassland red. I, the Azure Dragon King, am here to fight the experts of the world. Who else is not convinced? Feel free to attack. Zhou withdrew the sword aura around his body and looked down on the world. His dragon's might was vast. No one dared to look at him directly. Chapter 799. You're too arrogant. I'll kill you. As soon as Zhou finished speaking, a roar sounded in the distant sky, and a stream of light flew over from a distance. At the same time, the person took out a secret treasure and turned it into a peerless killing light, rushing towards Zhou. Crack! Under everyone's shocked eyes, Zhou palm turned into a dragon's claw and grabbed the secret treasure single-handedly. With a squeeze, the secret treasure was torn apart, after which Zhou leaped up and raised his hand to deliver a punch. Roar! This was the dragon fist of the true dragon precious technique. After Zhou evolved it from a cultivation system of the realm of immortals, it was not weaker than the real dragon fist at all. With a punch, one could vaguely see an Eddisaurus wrapped around his arm, swallowing tens of thousands of miles. With a punch, the sky and earth were turned upside down in an instant. The brilliant brilliance illuminated the 9 heavens, and nothing could be seen. Only the mighty dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Puff! With a flash of blood, the person who rushed towards Zhou Tong was directly blown up by Zhou Tong's punch, turning into a bloody mist that drifted in the void. I'm invincible in the fish leap realm. Before reaching the perfected realm, you dare to attack me with just a secret treasure? Idiot! Zhou Tong said coldly. Dragons are really arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible in the fish leap realm? Another old man below spoke. As soon as this person finished speaking, he rushed straight up. He did not use any tricks and used his strongest magical power as soon as he made a move. Large snowflakes began to fall in this region, covering the sky and earth. The entire world was a vast expanse of whiteness, boundless and boundless. Moreover, each snowflake was a palm-sized hexagonal ice crystal. The crystal-clear ice crystal emitted cold light in all directions, as sharp as a sword, and swept towards Zhou Tong. Clang, clang, clang! Millions of snowflakes and ice crystals danced in the air, and the clanging sounds of swords and sabers colliding rang out in the sky. The sky was torn apart, and Zhou Tong's entire body was covered. However, the old man's face soon changed because he could clearly sense that the millions of ice crystals and snowflakes were unable to do anything to the azure dragon in front of him. Even the defense of the dragon scale armor he was wearing could not be broken. Icebound world! The old man roared and struck out another great divine ability. The surrounding ice and snow world instantly rushed out endless ice fog and swept out like a tsunami. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook violently, and the terrifying cold current froze everything in the world. Large areas of grassland and rocks were frozen by the cold current and then collapsed. The terrifying cold current destroyed everything and froze all life between heaven and earth. The combination of the cold current and the ice crystals directly turned the area where Zhou Tong was located into a huge iceberg. Is this your strongest ability? As I said, you are not qualified to attack me unless you are at the perfected person realm. Zhou Tong's voice was still clear in the ice mountain. Boom! The huge iceberg collapsed with a loud bang, and the cold current wreaked havoc. Zhou Tong broke out of the ice. He did not make any unnecessary movements, and directly used a dragon fist. The Ediosaurus roared, and the vast dragons might reach the soul. The old man was punched, and his body was instantly torn apart, and he died tragically on the spot. The scene instantly fell silent, and everyone was shocked. The realms above the longevity realm had always been realms beyond the knowledge of most cultivators. But now, so many cultivators above the longevity realm had died in the hands of the Azure Dragon King, and they had died so casually. Even the Fish Leap realm experts above the longevity realm died so easily. How long has this Azure Dragon been born? He has actually reached such a realm. Is the Dragon King really that terrifying? In just a short 2 years, it is comparable to 200 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. Zhou Tong had been here for so long, and his identity had naturally been exposed. Everyone knew that he was only a baby dragon that had been born for 2 years. But in terms of this performance, it was really too amazing. He really had an invincible momentum. This dragon is too strong. Everyone attacked together. A voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. No one could tell who had spoken, but 7 people responded to this voice and attacked Zhou Tong together. These 7 people were already Fish Leap 9 heavens experts, and they were 6 minor realms higher than Zhou Tong. Moreover, the 7 of them seemed to have cultivated the same technique. When they worked together, their divine power resonated, and their power was even stronger. Come! Facing the 7 people attacking, Zhou Tong shouted loudly. His voice contained endless, terrifying dragon's might, and it collided with the aura of the 7 people opposite him. Suddenly, it was as if 2 different worlds were opposing each other. It was terrifying, and it made people's hearts tremble. Their fighting spirit was condensing, and their auras were constantly rising. Although the 8 of them had yet to make a move, streaks of divine light that could split the sky rushed out from their bodies. They were like 2 huge divine mountains that stood between heaven and earth. Such power was simply earth-shattering. Boom! In the next moment, both sides attacked at the same time, and a huge chaotic battle broke out. Roar! Zhou Tong roared and waved his fist, directly colliding with the person at the front of the line. In an instant, the world was dark and the sound was deafening. It was as if gods and demons were crying. There were even blood-colored thunderbolts rumbling in the void, and countless cracks were blooming. An incomparably terrifying phenomenon, and an unparalleled blood chi bloomed. The cultivator who collided with Zhou Tong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Zhou Tong was astonished in his heart. This person was actually able to receive one of his dragon fists and not die. It seemed that he had a magical power similar to Xiao Qin's weapon fusion. "Take a punch from me too," Zhou Tong shouted. Zhou Tong had an invincible spirit. He had just collided with the first person, and now he turned to attack the second person. He was not afraid of anything, and he had to consider the strength of his opponent. One had to know that Zhou Tong had already killed several powerhouses before. Those who dared to jump out at this time were definitely former prodigies with extremely strong battle prowess. Boom! Divine light shot into the sky between the 2 of them, and countless divine rules bloomed. The momentum was extremely vast, and the void was torn apart like a tattered painting. However, the person who collided with Zhou Tong had an arm broken on the spot, and he was sent flying while spitting out blood. Zhou Tong was invincible. He moved freely and weaved through the 7 people's siege. In a head-on collision, no one was a match for him. However, there were 7 opponents, and they still lasted hundreds of moves. In the end, however, Zhou Tong's fists were invincible, and the momentum of his fists became more and more ferocious. In the end, those 7 people were unable to withstand Zhou Tong's ferocious attacks, and they were all defeated by Zhou Tong's fists. They were smashed into the ground by his heavy fists, and their bones and tendons were broken all over their bodies. "The 7 of you are not bad. You can make me exercise my muscles and bones. I'll spare your lives this time. Go back and train for another 200 years. Zhou Tong did not kill them this time. Instead, he very magnanimously let them leave. This was because he knew that if he blindly killed them, no one would dare to come up in the end. Only by showing mercy and letting these losers live could he ensure that there would be an endless stream of challengers. Who else? Zhou Tong's fighting spirit soared into the sky, and he looked at everyone. Instantly, a few more powerhouses who had been hiding in the crowd jumped out. Chapter 800. Rumble. The violent collision caused the space to collapse. Endless divine radiance burst forth between the 2 of them and drowned out everything. Thousands of divine laws and tens of thousands of multicolored light soared into the sky and spread along the crack in the void. Fortunately, the people in the vicinity were far enough away. Otherwise, there would be countless casualties. Zhou Tong's figure turned around. The azure Edisaurus tail turned into a streak of azure light and illuminated the clouds in the sky. The sky was shattered by his tail swing. The terrifying fluctuation was terrifying. Rumble. With the final loud sound, a figure was sent flying by Zhou Tong's tail swing like a shooting star. His entire body was covered in blood as he was sent flying over 10,000 miles away. And at this time, Zhou Tong, who was covered in blood, also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged in front of Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace quietly, recuperating while recuperating. The opponent just now was already an expert at the peak of the perfected person realm. Although Zhou Tong won the battle, he still suffered heavy injuries in the end. The bloodstains on his body were both his opponent's and his own. However, this degree of injury was nothing to him. He only needed half an hour of meditation and breathing to recover quickly. He won again. The Azure Dragon King won again. This is already the 976th battle. The Azure Dragon King actually fought 976 battles consecutively in this 1 year. On average, he fought close to 3 battles a day. Furthermore, he won every battle. It's simply terrifying. Is he the god of war of the dragons? Too terrifying. How can there be such a monster? 976 battles. Furthermore, all of his opponents were experts at a higher realm than him. The experts of the Fish Leap realm and the Perfected Person realm on the Immortals' mainland were all defeated by him. This Azure Dragon King is the most special. No wonder that group of people who returned from the Dragon Island colluded in secret and secretly left the Dragon Island. But this wretched Azure Dragon actually had other ways to leave the Dragon Island. What the hell? Only heaven knows how many geniuses lost their confidence because of the Azure Dragon King in this 1 year. Living in the same world as the Azure Dragon King is simply a disaster. Today, after some people's popular knowledge, these onlookers basically knew the cultivation realms above the immortal realm. Seeing Zhou Tong sitting cross-legged and recuperating, the onlookers were all shocked. The dragon in front of them was simply an undefeatable god of war. His battle intent and combat strength were too terrifying, exceeding everyone's understanding. Although this Azure Dragon had suffered serious injuries, in the end, no one was willing to rush up to take advantage of it. Similar things had happened before. Some people thought that Zhou Tong was exhausted after 7 consecutive battles and wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, in the end, they were continuously killed by Zhou Tong. Damn it! All the treasures in Zhu Shan's Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace have been taken away by him. Ever since he appeared, no one has been able to take anything from him. Even more people were envious of Zhou Tong's harvest from Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace. In this 1 year, Zhou Tong had consecutively destroyed more than 10 side halls. Countless treasures that made people's eyes turn red had also appeared, such as the sacrificial altar, the longevity tree, the seal of overturning the sea, and so on. However, with Zhou Tong guarding this place, no one who coveted the treasures would be able to survive. Usually, Zhou Tong would still be merciful when fighting. However, when it came to the treasures left behind by Zhu Shan, Zhou Tong would be ruthless. At this moment, Zhou Tong was sitting cross-legged quietly not far from the heavenly palace, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. At the same time, he was also recalling the enlightenment he had gained from the previous battle. That person's shadowless divine fist is somewhat mysterious. However, it's a pity that it's not a martial skill, but a magical power. Although his cultivation is high and he is trained hard in combat skills, he's not a martial artist after all. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. After fighting for a year, all he had seen were cultivators who cultivated magical powers. He hadn't seen the demeanor of a martial artist in this world. However, this person is already at the peak of the perfected person realm. The next expert who will appear should be an expert of the absolute land realm. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Moreover, after a year of cracking, only the core palaces are left. Perhaps it's time for the half-martial ancestor to make a move. According to the current situation, the more one cracked the heavenly palace, the more amazing the treasures inside would be. Especially the Yuanyang treasure cauldron that he had recently obtained, it was the best of the best. It had already reached the level of a half-martial ancestor. Moreover, the most important thing is that I have now cultivated to the fish leaping 9 heavens. Zhou Tong was a little worried. If he took another step forward, his last change would appear. At that time, he would become an Edisaurus. He was afraid that he would be cursed by the dragons. Fighting was the easiest way to stimulate one's potential. If a cultivator could not fall in successive battles, then he was destined to have a great leap in cultivation. This was actually the foundation of the Shrouding Heaven world's immortal fighting road. Now that time and cultivation are almost there, it's time to return to the Dragon Island again. After pondering for a while and considering the pros and cons, Zhou Tong quickly made up his mind. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar, Zhou Tong suddenly stood up and turned into a 200 feet long azure dragon that soared into the sky. A pair of azure jade dragon horns flowed with sparkling and translucent scales. His roar shook the 9 heavens. His movement immediately alarmed everyone present. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw the vigorous dragon body in the sky like a supreme god. His whole body emitted a green brilliance that suppressed the void, causing everyone to feel pressured, especially that dragon body that was infinitely close to an Ediosaurus, that incomparably pure dragon might, and that invincible will that came from hundreds of battles made everyone present tremble in their hearts. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. It's been a year, and you can't even find a single expert who can fight with this king. All of you are trash. Continuing to stay here is a waste of time. This king will not accompany you. Zhou Tong looked around with a trace of contempt in his dragon eyes. Then, with a swing of his dragon tail, his entire body instantly soared into the sky and quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. In fact, he had no choice but to leave now. According to Zhou Tong's own estimation, if he continued to fight, an extremely high cultivation level would definitely appear in half a month, surpassing what he could deal with now. At that time, not only would he not be able to maintain his posture, but even his life would be in danger. This time was calculated based on the level of the treasures that appeared in Yuhive Heavenly Palace. The half-ancestor supreme treasure last time was already enough to attract those experts. After Zhou Tong left, the place fell into a short period of silence, and then it was in an uproar. Didn't you say that you would fight the heroes here? Why did you leave now? Didn't you say that Yuhive Heavenly Palace belonged to the dragons? You left just like that. Isn't that the same as giving up? Everyone silently cursed in their hearts. They finally understood that the Azure Dragon King's declaration that Yuhive Heavenly Palace belonged to the dragons was just an excuse. He was just a warmonger who wanted to use battle to support battle. However, the remaining dragons here looked at each other, dumbfounded. Damn it, you're leaving just like that. Aren't we going to be killed by you? The experts of the winged dragon lineage were almost cursing in their hearts. This was simply causing dragons to collapse. One of the people in the crowd coldly looked at the sky and secretly said, "At least you have eyes. You know to retreat now. If you wait any longer, our ancestor will come, and you'll be dead. Damn Azure Dragon, so slippery." Leaving now just so happens to miss my ancestor. Otherwise, our Zhao family will have another guardian sacred beast. Another person secretly said that it was a pity. At least you know what's good for you. Continue to occupy Zhu Shun's Yuhive Heavenly Palace. At that time, even if the Southern Wasteland's old Dragon King comes, he won't be able to save you. There were also people who secretly sneered in their hearts. Chapter 801. At the southernmost part of the Immortals' mainland, the Undying Sect's encampment. On top of a mountain peak, 3 white-bearded old men gathered together. The 3 of them had an extremely unsightly expression. Is the information from Middle-earth really correct? The one in Zhu Shun's Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace, is he really the Azure Dragon King from the Dragon Island? One of the slightly plump old men was somewhat uneasy. At that time, he was the one who suggested to abandon Zhou Tong and secretly leave the Dragon Island. There is no mistake. The information from Middle-earth has already been transmitted. It is indeed the Azure Dragon King. There is no mistake. The other slightly shorter old man was also somewhat alarmed. From the information, he is already a Fish Leap Realm expert, or even a perfected person expert. Damn it, it has only been a few years. Our decision at that time was correct. Once he leaves the Dragon Island, the situation of the entire Immortals' mainland will change greatly. However, we still underestimated him. We never thought he could actually leave the Dragon Island. We never thought there was another way to leave the Dragon Island other than the Ediosaurus ship. The last old man with a scar on his face also sighed. However, I heard he already left Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace. I don't know where he went. He won't come and take revenge on us, right? The plump old man was a little worried. Impossible, we have always been in the Undying sect. Lord Gate Master's divine ability is unrivaled. Even if that Azure Dragon defeated all the heroes in Yu Chao clan's Heavenly Palace, he is definitely not our Gate Master's match. He definitely won't dare to come knocking on our door. Furthermore, there is still a defensive formation in the sect. It is impossible for him to sneak in without anyone noticing. The short old man said, "That's right. As long as we stay in the Undying sect, it is useless no matter how strong that Azure Dragon is. Moreover, with his current strength, why would he care about us little bugs?" In the end, the scar-faced old man also opened his mouth to speak. As soon as these words were spoken, those few old men immediately nodded their heads slightly. Although they were a little unwilling, they had no choice but to admit they who were merely Historia-level experts were no different from little bugs in front of the Azure Dragon. You guys still know that you are little bugs. Just when these few people were a little relieved, a nightmarish voice suddenly appeared beside the three of them. Everyone turned their head while trembling. They saw Zhou Tong had already appeared not far away from them. You, how did you get in?" The scar-faced old man stuttered. "I can even break the Heavenly Palace's formation left behind by Zhu Shun's Yu Chao clan. What is the Undying Sect's grand formation in front of me?" "Your Undying Sect's patriarch is very powerful, so much so that even the current me might not necessarily be his opponent. However, can he protect you all 24 hours a day?" Zhou Tong said unhurriedly. "If I want to assassinate one or two people, not to mention your sect master, even if it's a half-martial ancestor or a Zhu Shun, I can still kill them. You are bugs, but after being bitten by a bug, the correct way to deal with it is to crush it to death." Zhou Tong did not intend to say anything more. He directly pointed out with his finger and directly shattered the three people. These people were indeed insects, and he basically didn't care much about them. Now that he was here, he just came over to take care of them. After getting rid of the three people, Zhou Tong's aura immediately dissipated. He left the Undying Sect noiselessly. South China Sea seaside. The sea and the sky were the same color. The boundless sea shook one's mind. White seagulls swept past the surface of the sea from time to time, picking up one small fish after another and flying high up in the sky. The sea water splashed on the beach, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. When he came to South China Sea's seaside again, Zhou Tong's state of mind was already completely different from before. When I left the Dragon Island before, I had some yearning for the Immortals' mainland. But now, I only want to return to the Dragon Island as soon as possible. Zhou Tong muttered softly. Soon after, he leaped up and transformed into the Azure Dragon in Edisaurus form. After that, he looked towards the direction of the Dragon Island and let out a dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. It spread throughout the sea. After training to Zhou Tong's current level, his dragon roar had already gotten rid of its previous immaturity. It was filled with endless might. The dragon roar clearly reverberated between heaven and earth. It cut through the space-time and transmitted Zhou Tong's will into the depths of the taboo ocean. Very quickly, a boundless grand aura began to pervade the depths of the taboo ocean. It seemed like there was a kind of power responding to Zhou Tong. At the same time, a world-shaking dragon roar transmitted from the distant sea. It was like the grand voice of the heavens that came from the ancient era. It made one's soul tremble. The ship of Edisaurus was responding to Zhou Tong's summon. The ship of Edisaurus that originally required 9 Dragon Kings to summon together can already respond to my summon at will now. I reckon that summoning the ship of Edisaurus not only requires the identity of a dragon, but more importantly, the amount of Edisaurus aura within the body. For a dragon like me who has gathered 12 or so Edisaurus aura, I can already summon the ship of Edisaurus by myself. Zhou Tong had a happy expression on his face as he transformed back into his human form. He sat quietly on the beach and waited for the arrival of the ship of Edisaurus. Very quickly, Rainbow-colored radiance flickered on the surface of the sea. A divine ship the size of a small hill appeared in front of Zhou Tong's eyes. This ship was just like a real Edisaurus. It braved the wind and waves, cut through the sea, and approached this place. This was a divine ship in the shape of an Edisaurus. It was refined from the bones of Edisaurus and the sky-reaching tree. It had been wandering around the taboo ocean in the vicinity of the Dragon Island all along. Now that it responded to Zhou Tong's summon, it braved the waves and came here. The radiance on the ship of Edisaurus was dense. It illuminated the entire sea area. The sea area within a radius of 1,000 miles fluctuated violently because of its appearance. However, the ship of Edisaurus was still sailing steadily. There was not the slightest bit of shaking. Very quickly, the ship of Edisaurus finally reached the shore. A rainbow-colored divine radiance transformed into a rainbow bridge. It extended from the ship and directly extended below Zhou Tong's feet. At the same time, a bleak and ancient aura was transmitted into Zhou Tong's heart. It actually gave rise to an indescribable feeling of sorrow in his heart. This is the thought of the Edisaurus contained in the bones of the Edisaurus that was used to construct the ship of Edisaurus. It affected my bloodline and the essence of the Edisaurus in my body, Zhou Tong thought in his heart. He boarded the ship silently. The ship of Edisaurus was completely different from the Sovereign King's ship. The ship was overflowing with radiance and vibrant colors. After boarding the ship, it was as if he had entered a dreamlike world. This ship of Edisaurus had been drifting in the golden taboo ocean all along. It absorbed a large amount of energy from the seawater. It caused the mountain-sized ship to be dense with spiritual energy. It was brimming with an auspicious aura. The ship of Edisaurus is also a paradise for training. The Sovereign King's ship doesn't have this kind of environment. Is it because the martial ancestor in the Sovereign King's ship absorbed all the divine energy absorbed from the taboo ocean in order to recover his strength? Zhou Tong was also a little curious. However, not long after Zhou Tong boarded the ship, along with a dragon roar, the ship of Edisaurus slowly left the shore. It sailed towards the direction of the Dragon Island in the depths of the ocean. Chapter 802. On the Edisaurus ship, Zhou Tong was still quietly training. Zhu Shun had fought madly in front of the Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace for a year. During this year, the deep sea in his body didn't seem to have deepened. It even became a little smaller. That was because he didn't obtain any spiritual essence to strengthen the deep sea during this year. On the contrary, his cultivation base increased, which consumed a lot of the potential in the deep sea. Now that such a good opportunity was presented on the Edisaurus ship, he naturally couldn't miss it. This ship had already accumulated a huge amount of power, but now it was all in Zhou Tong's pocket. He spared no effort to absorb the essence of the multicolored light on the Edisaurus ship, turning it into potential and depositing it in his own deep sea. During the 4 to 5 days on the Edisaurus ship, Zhou Tong replenished all the deep sea potential he had consumed in the past year, and even more. Of course, as a price, the multicolored fog on the Edisaurus ship became a little thinner, and just a few days later, a desolate aura assaulted his face. That was the aura of the Dragon Island. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and revealed a trace of pity. What a pity if I had a few more months, I would have been able to completely convert all the power accumulated by the Edisaurus ship over the past countless years into potential. However, since he had already arrived, Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't continue to stay on the Edisaurus ship. He directly went along the rainbow bridge of the Edisaurus ship and landed on the Dragon Island again. Roar! Just as Zhou Tong landed on the Dragon Island, he immediately heard a deafening dragon's roar. This dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth. The rolling sound waves surged in the void like a tide. Even Zhou Tong, who had just landed on the Dragon Island, couldn't help but stare blankly. The strength of the dragons is stronger than I imagined, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. In the past, he was still weak, so he didn't notice anything. But now, with his current strength, he immediately sensed that these dragons on the Dragon Island, especially those royal family members, might be even stronger than him. They were at least at the perfected realm, or even absolute realm. But that makes sense. If they were really that weak, how could they attack the ghost town and even retreat unscathed? Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. The strength of the dragon's strength was definitely beyond everyone's expectation. Just the dragons' winged dragon clan was already considered the strongest clan in the Immortals' mainland. The winged dragon bloodline could only be considered a mid-tier bloodline among the dragon race. It was far inferior to the top 10 royal bloodlines. The mountain range on the Dragon Island was lofty. The roar of tigers and the cry of apes could be heard in the boundless forest. It was a barbaric scene. The dragons could be seen everywhere, hunting and fighting. Is this the power of the seal? Just at this time, Zhou Tong suddenly sensed something. His eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. That was the sealing power of the Dragon Island. However, the instant this power came into contact with Zhou Tong, it was immediately blocked by the essence of the Edisaurus within his body. Only by having the protection of the essence of the Edisaurus would one be able to maintain their strength and consciousness on the Dragon Island. It's time to go to the dragon's sacred mountain, Zhou Tong said softly. Behind him was the taboo ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. Although that place was overflowing with golden radiance, it was actually a deathly still ocean. It looked very beautiful, but it didn't have the slightest trace of life. The vast and boundless golden ocean was just like a kingdom of death. It completely isolated the Dragon Island from the outside world. On the shore, tall ancient trees were verdant and dark green. Zhou Tong walked towards the depths of the Dragon Island in large strides. He shuttled back and forth in the wild forest. He advanced in the direction of the dragon's sacred mountain. Back then, he needed 2 to 4 hours to traverse across the Dragon Island. However, after training to his current level, he only needed a few breaths of time to arrive in the vicinity of the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was still as majestic as before. It towered into the clouds. This mountain was completely reddish-brown in color. It was as if it was dyed with blood. It gave people a feeling of a long history. The mist on the mountain was hazy. There were no plants or animals. It looked like a deathly still place. However, one could see the traces of many dilapidated palaces. However, these palaces had already collapsed and shattered. It's time to go in. With my current divine ability, the sacred mountain should be unable to devour me. Zhou Tong looked at this sacred mountain. He summoned his courage and walked towards this mountain without hesitation. There were layers upon layers of palaces on the sacred mountain. The space in the vicinity of each palace seemed to be connected to that hellish ghost town. If he approached rashly, he might be directly sent into that ghost town. However, if he wanted to ascend the sacred mountain, he must approach this palace first. There was no way to avoid the palaces. However, even though there was no way to avoid the palaces, he could still find a relatively safe path if he chose the path carefully. Zhou Tong advanced forward along the path he calculated. However, it was unavoidable that he still approached one of the palaces. In a split second, Zhou Tong felt as if he was in the abyss, as if he had fallen into hell. He felt the radiance around him had disappeared. At the same time, a deathly still aura welled up in his heart. He knew there was the aura of that ghost town on the Dragon Island. He was about to be sent into that ghost town by the trap in the vicinity of the palace. It was as if he was about to fall into eternal darkness. Zhou Tong was instantly alerted. He immediately used the dragon's divine ability. Ever since he made a breakthrough, the dragon's divine ability could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. His might had increased by a lot. Back then, he was able to use this divine ability to pull back the cultivators who had fallen into the darkness, let alone now. The green multicolored radiance flickered. With his swish, he reappeared on the sacred mountain in an instant. He returned from that hellish dark passage. I've entered a dangerous place. I have to stay alert. Zhou knew that even if he had chosen the safest passage, there were at least 23 similar traps within 5,000 meters ahead. He had to stay alert. One wrong step and he would die. Continuing forward, Zhou walked very slowly on this 5,000-meter path. It took him no less than 4 hours to walk out. However, in these 4 hours, he had exhausted more than half of his energy. This feeling was even more tiring than the time he fought 7 battles in a row at the entrance of Yuchao clan's heavenly palace. Phew, I've finally walked out of this palace area. It's safe now. After leaving this palace area completely, Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He knew this place was already safe. Let's continue forward. Zhou continued to climb up the mountain. Before long, he had already arrived at the waist of the sacred mountain. This place was no longer as desolate as the bottom of the mountain. Instead, an oasis had appeared. The oasis was verdant and dark green. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. The scenery was like a poem or a painting. If one listened attentively, they could even hear immature dragon roars. They could even feel traces of dragon chi fluctuations. There were young dragons fighting inside. I finally found it. This is the place where the Ediosaurus lived in seclusion. Seeing the oasis, Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He quickened his pace and advanced towards the oasis. Chapter 803. Zhou quickly entered the oasis and saw a few young dragons fighting. Although he did not see a dragon king, there was no doubt that these dragons were also transforming to become a dragon king. Although there were dragon kings in the dragon clan, there were also dragon kings that were born after birth. If some dragon kings that were not dragon kings were strong enough, they could even kill a dragon king. There was a possibility that they could replace the dragon king, but this possibility was very low. Roar! However, as Zhou approached, the few dragon whelps that were fighting stopped at the same time and turned to look at Zhou. Although the dragons were young, they were still very vigilant. They had already noticed Zhou. Of course, this was also related to Zhou not hiding his aura. Zhou did not hide and walked out of the forest. The surging dragon energy and dragon power on his body, as well as the pair of green, jade-like Ediosaurus horns on his head, had already revealed his identity as a dragon king. Although the young dragons were a little vigilant, they did not attack Zhou in the end, because a dragon that could transform was not something they could handle. These little dragons only roared at him a few times symbolically before dispersing. After these young dragons dispersed, Zhou turned his head and looked at a towering ancient tree. He saw a skinny old dragon lying on the ground. This was an old dragon that had aged beyond recognition. The dragon horns on his head had fallen off, and most of the dragon scales on his body had fallen off. All that was left was old skin wrapped around his bones, making him look like a skeleton. The old dragon's body was not huge. It coiled together like a snake and looked as big as 3 houses. It seemed to be about 200 feet long. At this moment, the old dragon's turbid dragon eyes were looking at Zhou. The 2 dragons looked at each other. The old dragon's eyes revealed a trace of kindness, a trace of relief, and a trace of surprise. It was like an old man watching his descendant achieve something great. Greetings, Ediosaurus. Zhou bowed. You're back. I didn't expect you to transform so quickly. The old dragon let out an aged voice. 2 faint rays of light flashed in its turbid eyes as it stared at Zhou. To be precise, it saw the Ediosaurus aura in Zhou body. 2 dragon kings of this generation fell in your hands. You also absorbed the Ediosaurus aura that was scattered on the island after the Ediosaurus of the previous dragon kings, as well as the Ediosaurus aura of the previous dragon kings. Your transformation speed far exceeded my imagination. With just a glance, the old dragon saw through Zhou background and the origin of his ancestral dragon chi. Our dragon race has a curse. The ancestral dragons will never meet each other. It is still too early for you to return to the Dragon Island. The old dragon said bluntly, Please give me some pointers, Ediosaurus. Jotong's attitude was very humble. The old dragon seemed to be saying that he was still quite a distance away from becoming an Edisaurus, so it would be useless for him to return now. With your current level of evolution, you still lack the Daozu's dragon's whisker to reach perfection. But can you be considered to have reached the level of an Edisaurus if you gather all the characteristics of an Edisaurus? Speaking until here, the old man's eyes dimmed. He shook his head slightly and said, gathering all the characteristics of an Edisaurus can only be considered to have reached one of the standards of an Edisaurus. You still need to transform further. If my guess is correct, after you reach the realm of perfected person, you will gather all the characteristics of an Edisaurus. You could be considered to have completed the first step of the body of an Edisaurus. But there's still the next step of cultivation, which is to completely refine the draconic aura in your body and transform it all into the aura of an Edisaurus. After a pause, the old dragon continued, the draconic aura in your body and the aura of an Edisaurus are like water and oil. They are clearly separated, so I can see how you obtain the aura of an Edisaurus. If you really refine the draconic aura and become one inside and outside, then even I won't be able to see what you've experienced. The old dragon didn't say much, but Jotong already understood. After breaking through to the realm of perfected person, he could only transform into an Edisaurus body, but his inner self was still not an Edisaurus. He still needed to go one step further and integrate the draconic aura and the essence of an Edisaurus in his body. From then on, every essence in his body would be the essence of an Edisaurus, and every draconic aura would be the aura of an Edisaurus. I see. In that case, I don't need to continue suppressing it. Jotong pondered for a while and directly began to break through. Previously, when he was at Yuchao Heavenly Palace, he had already cultivated to the realm of fish leaping 9 heavens. After that, he was also afraid that if he continued to break through, he would trigger the curse of the dragons, so he quickly rushed to Dragon Island. Since he knew that he was still a distance away from becoming an Edisaurus, he naturally could directly break through this realm. Jotong directly transformed into the original form of a 1,000 feet long azure dragon. Now his body was infinitely close to that of an Edisaurus. His dragon body directly made the little dragons in the sacred mountain extremely envious. However, under their envious gazes, a majestic draconic aura surged out. With Jotong as the center, it was as if a tsunami had occurred. Incomparably terrifying fluctuations surged violently in all directions. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have sensed this majestic pressure. Dragon roars rose and fell in succession on Dragon Island. Then, the sacred mountain of the dragons vaguely began to shake violently. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred on the island. The terrifying fluctuations were like an incomparably terrifying source of destruction, shaking all directions. If it wasn't for the sacred mountain of the Dragon Island being incomparably special, it would have definitely been shattered by the fluctuations when Jotong broke through. Jotong's entire body was shrouded in azure radiance. Like a phoenix being reborn from the flames, he directly shed a layer of old skin in midair. Then, the azure radiance on his body blossomed with brilliant radiance. The powerful fluctuations of energy were vast and mighty like a tide, shaking heaven and earth. His body evolved once again, and a brand new body was displayed in front of all the dragons. Edisaurus horn, Edisaurus head, Edisaurus body, Edisaurus claws, Edisaurus belly, Edisaurus tail, Edisaurus palms, Edisaurus whiskers, Edisaurus scales. All the characteristics that belonged to Edisaurus were completely completed at this moment. At this moment, he finally truly stepped into the realm of perfected person, and his body had transformed into the perfect body of Edisaurus. Cultivation was originally going against the heavens. Successfully transforming into a perfected person could be said to have greatly broadened the path of cultivation. Cultivating to this realm, even if an accident happened in the future, it would be difficult to destroy. there was still a chance to repair it. This was a powerful and terrifying realm. This is the realm of perfected person. This is the body of Edisaurus. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a sense of perfection in his heart. This was the mentality that came from completely evolving into the perfect and flawless state of Edisaurus. Only after truly transforming into the body of Edisaurus did he have a kind of understanding in his heart. But it's still not enough. Old Edisaurus was right. His external appearance was already complete, but there was still something lacking inside. His body had completely transformed into the body of Edisaurus, but he still needed to continuously temper the aura of Edisaurus to unify his internal and external. Only then could he be considered a true Edisaurus. Chapter 804. After the breakthrough, Zhou Tong slowly transformed into his human form and floated down from the sky. At the same time, Zhou Tong also processed the huge dragon skin in the air and refined it into the dragon scale armor on his body. You're more outstanding than I imagined. I didn't expect you to have cultivated to this level at such a young age. In the history of us dragons, there has never been a dragon like you. The old dragon exclaimed. He didn't expect that Linley had the potential to advance further, but had forcibly suppressed it until now. Moreover, there was a deeper reason for this. Linley knew of his existence. When the old Edisaurus thought of this, he was shocked. For countless years, he had been waiting for death on this sacred mountain of dragons and had almost never appeared. In the end, this dragon had actually sensed his existence. Moreover, judging from your expression, you should have already noticed what you lack, the old Edisaurus said. You're right. Indeed, the dragon aura in my body can't keep up with this Edisaurus body. Only by refining the essence of Edisaurus and connecting the inside and outside can I truly become an Edisaurus. Zhou Tong nodded. You were able to transform into such an Edisaurus body at the perfected person realm. You're already an ancient dragon. Even I only completed my transformation when I was at the Ascension realm. The old Edisaurus sighed. Perhaps this generation will give birth to the strongest Edisaurus in history. After a moment of silence, the old Edisaurus suddenly said, Well, since you've already cultivated to this realm, I'll teach you a magic. Let's see if you can learn it. As he spoke, the old Edisaurus' turbid eyes instantly lit up, as if two rays of light shot into Zhou Tong's heart. Those spells had an indescribably fierce aura. It was the embodiment of the great Tao and the release of the rules. Just this great Tao law alone made Zhou Tong feel the loftiness of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In that instant, it was as if 100 lives of reincarnation had passed, and it was also as if a yellow bell had resounded within his heart. The Tao was naturally formed, and it rushed into his mind. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. This was a supreme, profound mystery. Zhou Tong's mind shook violently. In a trance, he felt a supreme Tao law, the ultimate great Tao law of this world. It could be foreseen that what the old Edisaurus had imparted to him was the most terrifying divine ability. To Zhou Tong, this divine ability was definitely a peerless treasure. It was a heavenly book that described the ultimate mysteries of this world, a supreme inheritance. Since the old Edisaurus passed this divine ability into his heart, Zhou Tong had completely forgotten everything else and devoted himself to this divine ability, carefully studying and comprehending it. It was just that this divine ability was so difficult and mysterious that even Zhou Tong felt that it was a little difficult to comprehend. Especially when he subconsciously wanted to use this ability, he felt that his strength was not as great as his heart's desire. If it was other cultivators of the perfected human realm, just facing this profound mystery would cause them to go crazy. This divine ability was at least something that only cultivators of the absolute land realm or even the reaching heaven realm were qualified to touch. The more Zhou Tong comprehended, the more he felt that this divine ability was profound and incomparably complicated. But fortunately, his own experience and comprehension were at the level of the worldly immortal in the shrouding the heavens world, which allowed him to find a clue in the complicated spells. And after having a clue, it was equivalent to finding an entry point, and comprehending this divine ability became easier. He devoted himself to it. Every time he comprehended a spell, he would quietly think for a long time, silently comprehend, silently figure out the true meaning, and understand its most essential mystery. It had to be said that this divine ability was so profound that even with Zhou Tong's experience and realm of the worldly immortal, he felt a little obscure. Of course, the biggest reason was that this was something of another system, so the realm and experience of the worldly immortal were greatly reduced. But even so, it was enough to see the horror of this divine ability. The more Zhou Tong comprehended, the more he felt that this divine ability was infinitely mysterious. It was as if mastering it could control several worlds and be invincible against the enemy. Zhou Tong stood here for a full month, and only then did he understand that this divine ability needed to master 6 different world rules. Once faced with the enemy, the 6 worlds would rotate back and forth, completely crushing and refining the opponent. And after understanding this point, gradually, a grand aura brewed from Zhou Tong's body. The old Edisaurus on the side also quietly looked at Zhou Tong and secretly said, "This 6 paths of reincarnation is the supreme mystery of the dragons, and even in the myriad worlds, it is the supreme great divine ability. If it was someone else, they would at least be qualified to comprehend this divine ability. You're an unprecedented genius of the dragons, and now that you have cultivated to the perfected mortal realm, plus the body of the Edisaurus, maybe you can comprehend a little?" Edisaurus actually didn't have much hope for Zhou Tong to comprehend this divine ability, because this divine ability was too profound. Generally speaking, only the cultivators of the perfected mortal realm were qualified to touch on it. And to really cultivate this divine ability, it was most likely that one would need to be in the ascending heaven realm. The one from the heaven-defying clan comprehended a trace of the mystery of the 3 realms rotation when he was in the perfected mortal realm, which was not inferior to the 6 paths of reincarnation. If you can really comprehend a trace of the mystery of the 6 paths of reincarnation at this time, it is enough to prove that your talent is not inferior to his. The old Edisaurus sighed softly, but in the next moment his turbid eyes stared straight at Zhou Tong, and the divine light exploded. He directly stared at Zhou Tong, without moving, fiercely. After comprehending the 6 paths of reincarnation for a month, Zhou Tong finally moved. His hands moved in the void, and a terrifying divine law bloomed from his hands. Boom! In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then, a vast world of ghosts seemed to be about to appear, and fierce ghosts roared, almost pouncing on one's face. That's the 6 paths of hell. The old Edisaurus was greatly shocked. Zhou Tong's performance had once again exceeded his expectations. Not only did he comprehend a bit of the mystery of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he had even cultivated a preliminary Tao. Yes, he has been to the netherworld left behind by Swirenshi in Zushan, so he has some impression and understanding of hell. So, it is easy for him to comprehend this Tao. The old Edisaurus quickly found an excuse for Zhou Tong. However, soon, Zhou Tong's movements changed again. Boom! Suddenly, the void collapsed again, and a side of the world seemed to be opening up. It was a prosperous place, and people were thriving. Vaguely, one could see countless peddlers, kings, and generals competing to shine. The people of the 6 paths of hell, he actually comprehended the second Tao. So, quickly, the old Edisaurus was shocked again. This kind of performance had vaguely surpassed that of the members of the heaven-defying clan. Boom! Soon, the people's world collapsed, and the third Tao world appeared. That was the Tao of animals. Then, the Tao of heaven, the Tao of Azura, and the Tao of evil spirits appeared one after another from Zhou Tong's hands. Although he could only create a shadow of a world each time, and every time a new world appeared, the old world would be destroyed. But this was the true mystery of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Moreover, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and every reincarnation, each world was larger and more detailed. Obviously, every reincarnation was an improvement and represented Zhou Tong's understanding of this Tao of reincarnation. The old Edisaurus became numb after seeing this, but he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Is there going to be another genius like this in the dragons? Other than the 10th child of the Edisaurus? Is there going to be another peerless expert who is likely to walk on the path of Zhu Shen? Chapter 805. The more Zhou Tong studied this skill, the more he understood it. The more he analyzed it, the more Zhou Tong felt that this skill was very similar to the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art from the chaotic ancient arts. Could it be that this divine ability is the 6 paths of reincarnation divine ability? A thought emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. Perhaps this skill taught by the Edisaurus was the supreme skill of the dragons. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Zhou Tong was sure that his guess was correct. This was definitely the 6 paths reincarnation grand skill. At the same time, he was also comparing it with the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art from the chaotic ancient arts. The 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art was a supreme secret technique for controlling precious techniques. It could perfectly overlay 6 types of supreme precious techniques with boundless power. On the other hand, the 6 paths reincarnation grand skill was a pure secret technique. This skill controlled the 6 paths and used the 6 paths to fight against the enemy. The 6 paths reincarnation grand skill. If the heavenly Tao, human Tao, Azura Tao, hell Tao, evil spirit Tao, and animal Tao are all 6 different types of skills, then the 6 paths reincarnation grand skill and the 6 paths reincarnation grand skill are very similar. Zhou Tong began to analyze this skill using the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art. However, the more he analyzed, the more Zhou Tong felt that the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art and the 6 paths reincarnation grand skill had their own unique characteristics. The 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art, 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art, didn't have a fixed 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art. Thus, this 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art, his 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art, had a fixed 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art. However, this 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art had evolved the 6 paths reincarnation heavenly art to an unprecedented level. One had endless changes and was extremely vast. The other was extremely profound and profound. One was broad and the other was profound. These were 2 completely different ways of thinking. The more he analyzed this skill from different angles, the deeper Zhou Tong's understanding of this skill became. At the same time, his hands kept moving, and the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, immortals, ghosts, Azuras, and Yikshas all appeared at once. At the same time, mountains, rivers, and all living things appeared at the same time, blurrily. This was the embodiment of the 6 paths reincarnation's great skill. Ancestor Dragon was even more shocked by Zhou Tong's performance. This was the symbol of cultivating the skill to a higher level. Not only did he comprehend this divine ability, but he also began to cultivate it. Now that he had cultivated it to this level, the old Edisaurus didn't know what to say about such talent and comprehension. The 10th son of Edisaurus and the one from the heaven-defying family might not be able to compare to him. The old Edisaurus was looking forward to the birth of the strongest Edisaurus in history. The 2 Edisaurus haven't met each other. My strength has long been lost in the endless seal. All these years, I've only been struggling at death's door. Now that this dragon has appeared, it's time for me to be free so that the new and stronger Edisaurus can come to this world sooner. The old Edisaurus thought to himself, let my last bit of time and strength contribute to the new Edisaurus. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong's hands were moving faster and faster. His entire body was like the incarnation of the great Tao. 6 black holes vaguely appeared around him, swallowing everything. The 6 black holes rotated, and time seemed to change. Time flowed, and the universe reversed. At the same time, images appeared in the 6 black holes. Birth, old age, sickness and death, the change of time, birds, beasts, and demons appeared. This was the great reincarnation of the human world and hell. Soon after, the great destruction of heaven and earth, chaos emerged, followed by the creation of heaven and earth, and all living things revived. This was the great reincarnation of heaven and earth. Towards the end, the 6 black holes seemed to have merged into one. The great reincarnation of the human world, the great reincarnation of hell, the great reincarnation of heaven and earth, and many other images repeatedly changed, rising and falling one after another. This black hole was the reincarnation of a human world. The next black hole was the reincarnation of heaven and earth. All kinds of magnificent images flowed unceasingly. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation. The change of all living things was contained within. Time flowed by. Zhou Tong had been immersed in comprehending the 6 paths of reincarnation. For an entire year, the entire sacred mountain of dragons was shrouded in a layer of incomparably terrifying pressure. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the changes of heaven and earth. One could vaguely see 6 worlds rotating above the sacred mountain. The essence of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon on the dragon island, the remaining dragon chi, dragon essence, and even the Edisaurus on the island, and even the strands of divine power on the taboo ocean were all refined by these 6 worlds. They were all poured into Zhou Tong's body little by little. The deep sea in his body was surging violently. A huge amount of power gathered here at every moment, setting off stormy waves. And Zhou Tong was also growing bit by bit in this process. He, who had just entered the perfected person realm, began to improve bit by bit in this process, becoming stronger and stronger. He has been standing like this and comprehending the 6 paths of reincarnation for a year. I've almost seen his progress bit by bit. The 6 paths of reincarnation is too suitable for him. Moreover, in the process of comprehending and cultivating the divine power, his cultivation base has also cultivated from the 1st heaven of the perfected person realm to the 3rd heaven in this year. In the eyes of the old Edisaurus, although Zhou Tong's current 6 paths of reincarnation was not as good as his own, the only difference was in cultivation base and maturity. In terms of comprehension of the profound meaning of this divine power, he was not weaker than other Zhu Shan. He was inferior to him only because he specialized in this divine power. With your comprehension of this divine power, you might be able to barely contend with the weakest half-martial ancestor. If you go one step further and cultivate to the absolute land realm, you might really be able to defeat a half-martial ancestor. The Edisaurus had a trace of expectation in his heart. Only peerless geniuses had the ability to fight against their superiors. Basically, all dragons had this ability, especially the Dragon Kings. The gap between realms was even greater. But in the eyes of the old Edisaurus, no dragon could compare to Zhou Tong's current situation. Boom! However, under the shocked gaze of the old Edisaurus, Zhou Tong's movements changed once again. He did not continue to deduce and comprehend this divine power. Instead, he combined all his movements into one and finally turned them into a punch, charging forward with a loud bang. The concept displayed by this punch was completely the concept of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the way it was displayed was completely different. However, this punch was just the beginning. Zhou Tong continued to punch. Dragon Island shook, the forbidden ocean roared, the sun and moon lost their light, and the stars moved. It was extremely terrifying. Divine power transformed battle technique? 6 paths of reincarnation fist? The old Edisaurus was even more shocked. He actually had this kind of ability? In order to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, the first thing one needed was a kind of invincible spirit to control the heavens. Only then could one control the six paths of reincarnation. But at this moment, the old Edisaurus shockingly discovered that the concept of the six paths of reincarnation that Zhou Tong displayed was even more tyrannical. Every move of his was like a celestial emperor controlling the heavens and the six paths of reincarnation. Every punch was tyrannical, as if it could shatter the heavens and destroy the sun and moon. It was extremely shocking and powerful. Chapter 806. Another Heavenly Monarch. The old Edisaurus looked at Zhou Tong as if he was looking at a real imperial star. It wasn't that the world of immortals didn't have the titles of monarch and emperor, but the owners of these titles were the true supreme emperors. However, there were also some king-level existences that were called monarch and emperor, such as the Little Stone Emperor and the Heavenly Monarch. However, these monarch and emperor were all existences that were infinitely close to the supreme emperor-level Tao fruit. The way the old Edisaurus looked at Zhou Tong changed again. He felt that this junior Azure Dragon not only had the hope of reaching the supreme Zhu Shun, but also the hope of reaching the Heavenly Monarch or even the Little Stone Emperor's level. This wasn't an illusion, but in the eyes of the old Edisaurus, Zhou Tong's every move was filled with invincible will of that level. In addition to his unparalleled perception, this wasn't just an unattainable dream, but a reality that had a glimmer of hope. This was a natural-born supreme expert. At this time, Zhou Tong turned a deaf ear to the old man's words. He was further deconstructing the Six Paths Reincarnation Grand Art and deducing it into a brand new Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. In a shrouding heaven world, Heavenly Monarch Huang was able to deconstruct the Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly Art into the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Similarly, Zhongyu was able to deconstruct the world of Immortal's Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art into a brand new Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Furthermore, with Heavenly Monarch Huang's experience in deconstructing the Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly Art, it was easier for Zhou Tong to deconstruct a similar Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art. After all, the Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art and Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly Art shared some similarities in terms of concept and concept. At this moment, as the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist continued to be perfected, the worldly essence and sun and moon essence gathered by Zhou Tong's Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art began to further refine Zhou Tong's mortal body. Battle techniques and divine abilities were two completely different things. When comprehending and cultivating divine arts, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would focus on tempering one's soul. The old Edisaurus was proficient in divine arts, so even after his body was destroyed and only his soul was left, his strength was still ferocious. However, it was different when it came to cultivating combat skills. The best combat skills actually came with the tempering of the physical body. Not only the battle skills of the world of immortals, but even the shrouding the heavens world was the same. In the shrouding heaven world, those who could practice the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist were not weak. This was because the process of practicing this fist technique was accompanied by the tempering of the body. Similarly, the lifelong realm's battle techniques were the same as well. For example, the Hand of Heaven was a technique that tempered one's hands, allowing one's hands to be stronger than any other treasures. The divine abilities and battle skills of the world of immortals actually represented the path of a future king. Those who majored in battle techniques would most likely walk the path of the Stone Man King in the future. Those who majored in divine abilities would most likely walk the path of the supreme Zhu Shun in the future. Of course, because the path of the supreme Zhu Shun was too difficult and hopeless, many cultivators who majored in divine abilities would also walk the path of the Stone Man King. The new Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist was still being perfected. Gradually, six great worlds began to appear around him and circulate there. As if splitting heaven and earth, the Six Paths of Reincarnation were endless. The six fist seals were floating in the six ancient worlds, ready to erupt at any time. This fist technique was being perfected at an unimaginable speed and was about to be perfected. However, at this time, Zhou Tong's punching motion came to an abrupt halt. He sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the old Ediosaurus and began to comprehend it again. Although this fist technique was about to be perfected, the traces of chiseling were too heavy. Zhou Tong needed to get rid of the impurities and preserve the essence. He needed to further refine the fist technique and remove those traces of chiseling. He needed to make it a whole new 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After calming down again, Zhou Tong was like a stone statue. He no longer had the terrifying aura of a celestial emperor like before. He had completely died. If not for the inexhaustible worldly essence entering his body, those little dragons in the vicinity might have really thought that Zhou Tong had passed away. Time passed by slowly. During these years when Zhou Tong was in seclusion on the Dragon Island, the world of immortals had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Firstly, ancestor god Yukashi's heavenly palace was breached. Not long after Zhou Tong left, those half-martial ancestors who had been hiding in the world of immortals came out one after another. For example, primordial god Tong Tian, Zhuini, martial sage Sun Wu. These half-martial ancestors breached the Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace together and obtained the Yu Chao clan's most valuable treasure. Of course, Xiao Chun naturally participated in this kind of flourishing age. He also participated in the final destruction of a Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace. He was very lucky to obtain one of the most important treasures, a part of the ninefold golem. And after the destruction of a Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace, the real big event happened next. On the Demon Plain, many countries were fighting in a chaotic war. Of course, these chaotic wars only left bloodstains. They used the lives of the soldiers of each country as a sacrifice to lay down the battle array. The 24 battle swords that had been sealed for a long time reappeared in the world. And along with the appearance of the 24 battle swords, there was also the most valuable treasure left behind by Ku's father, Paradise Lost. And in Paradise Lost, there was also a heavenly monument, as well as a martial imprint left behind by the martial ancestor. Where there was a heavenly monument and battle swords, there was naturally no lack of Xiao Chun, who was used as a chess piece by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xiao Chun shone brightly in Paradise Lost. He killed all the half-martial ancestors who had lost their divine abilities and obtained the 24 battle swords and all the half-martial ancestors' magical artifacts. He even obtained a part of the martial imprint's inheritance. But in contrast, Ku was dead. Now, everyone in the outside world was chasing after Xiao Chun, and Xiao Chun was also forced to flee to the ancient God-barren desert. Compared to the turbulent outside world, the Dragon Island where Zhou Tong was truly quiet and peaceful. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain of dragons and quietly comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation that was passed down by the Ediosaurus. He quietly perfected the brand new 6 paths of reincarnation fist. During this period, his cultivation also grew bit by bit in the process of comprehending the Tao. 4th heavenly layer of perfected person, 5th heavenly layer, 6th heavenly layer. 3 years after he came to Dragon Island, he had directly advanced to the 9th heaven of the perfected person realm. Over the past 3 years, he had spent his time in the process of comprehending Tao and comprehending battle skills. His cultivation had only grown because the deep-sea divine ability in his body had been further stimulated in the process of comprehending. While his potential had increased, it had also been passively strengthened. Cultivating to the 9th heaven of the perfected person realm in 3 years seemed to be extremely fast, but in reality, it was extremely solid, because every realm was achieved naturally, without the slightest bit of effort. However, it was also because Zhou Tong did not deliberately cultivate that the dragon chi in his body had only barely transformed half of it into Ediosaurus chi. And on this day, Zhou Tong finally completely woke up. He did not have the slightest bit of domineering aura. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he had naturally woken up from sleep. Your fist technique is completed? The Edisaurus asked. Zhou Tong nodded and said, Yes, I changed the 6 paths of reincarnation great divine ability to the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Chapter 807. It's good that it's been perfected. Your talent is beyond my imagination. The old Edisaurus did not delve into how Zhou Tong had modified the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, you haven't deliberately cultivated in the past few years, so you haven't refined much of the draconic aura in your body. Originally, you had a chance to officially become an Edisaurus in the Absolute Land Realm, but I'm afraid you'll have to reach the Heaven Ascension Realm now. Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That was indeed the case. He had not deliberately pursued the Edisaurus realm, so he had only made progress in his realm. The refinement of the draconic aura in his body was far from reaching the standards of an Edisaurus. However, it's still too fast. Almost all the Edisaurus in the past became an Edisaurus in the Zushan realm, but you became an Edisaurus in the Heaven Ascension realm, which is the half-ancestor realm. The old Edisaurus looked at Zhou Tong. To be precise, he was looking at the dragon scale armor he was wearing. This armor of yours is the common choice of all the Dragon Kings. You've advanced to become an Edisaurus too quickly. The armor of the past Edisaurus was a supreme treasure in the Zushan realm, but I'm afraid your armor can only be a half-ancestor realm supreme treasure. At this point, the old Edisaurus also shook his head. This was the problem of advancing too quickly. The past Dragon Kings had refined their own skins into armor, and the past Edisaurus basically underwent their last transformation in the Zushan realm. The dragon skin they shed at that time also represented the Zushan realm. However, once Zhou Tong became an Edisaurus, the skin he shed represented the Heaven Ascension realm, which was the half-ancestor realm. Materials had a great restriction on weapons. If the material was too weak, it would be too difficult to raise a weapon's strength to the limit. Is there any way to remedy this? Zhou Tong immediately asked. There are 3 ways. First, you can wait until Zhu Shun to undergo the final transformation. At that time, the skin you shed will naturally be fine. Second, you can find some treasures similar to the Eternal Light. Naturally, it will be easy to upgrade your grade, the old Edisaurus said. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. His enlightenment this time had already delayed the time for him to reach Edisaurus. If he continued to suppress it, it would not be worth it. There was indeed a chance to obtain the Eternal Light in the future, and that was to go to the evilest land with Shao Chun and the others. The conditions for the formation of the Eternal Light were extremely special. More than 10 Zushan had to fall at the same place. Moreover, these Zushan only had their consciousness destroyed, but their spirit remained intact. At that time, the divine light formed by the burning of Zushan's divine souls would be the Eternal Light. Generally speaking, when a Zushan fell, its essence was the destruction of its divine soul. However, the conditions for the formation of the Eternal Light required Zushan's consciousness to be destroyed, but its spirit to remain intact. Moreover, more than 10 Zushan had to die at the same place in such a way. If this method of death was not deliberately set up, it was almost impossible for it to be established. It was very difficult to destroy a Zushan's consciousness without destroying its spirit. Only a strong person like the Stone Man King could deliberately gather a group of Zushan, deliberately preserve their spirits, and destroy their consciousness. Only then could such a condition be formed. Zhou Tong speculated that the Eternal Light in the evilest land might have been deliberately left behind or set up by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to prevent the crucial battle sword from being destroyed. Therefore, when the time came to follow Shao Chun, it should be easy to go there and obtain the Eternal Light. However, Zhou Tong was a bit concerned about the third method that the Edisaurus had not mentioned. He immediately asked. The old Edisaurus said, "The third method is not difficult, but it is not easy either. You need to turn your battle armor into a living thing. When the time comes, it will naturally grow along with your cultivation." You must have seen the heavenly tree stump on our Dragon Island. If you can find a tree of the same level and smelled it with a secret method, there might be a chance to turn your battle armor into a living thing. I wonder if this tree will work. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment, then took out a tree from his inner world. This was a small tree that was 1 meter tall. The tree was green and glistening, and a surge of vitality overflowed from it. The longevity tree of Zhu Shun's Yu Chao clan. This tree is actually in your hands. During the time you were out, your opportunity was not small. The old Edisaurus looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. This tree was a treasure that Zhou Tong obtained from the Heaven Palace of Zhu Shun's Yu Chao clan. It was still just a seedling that had not really grown, but it could already be compared with other treasures. This tree is just right. I will teach you a method. The old Edisaurus immediately transmitted a message. It was the method of refining. After obtaining the method of refining, Zhou Tong silently thought about this method of refining. This method of refining was completely different from the method of refining in the shrouding the heavens world. The method of refining in the shrouding the heavens world could indeed refine a weapon into a living thing, that is, a god born from the weapon. But this kind of weapon was still a dead object in essence, because it lacked a real life, unless one grasped the profound of immortal gold to activate the vitality of the material itself. But the method of refining mentioned by the Edisaurus was to use the periphery to forcibly activate the profound of life of the weapon. It seems to be relatively simple for the weapons of this world to live. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think of the black iron seal and the golden halberd in Xiao Chen's hands. These two weapons seemed to have a real life. However, the method passed down by the Edisaurus can be considered simple. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then began. The longevity tree was quickly guided by Zhou Tong's secret method and integrated into his armor. At the same time, endless green light bloomed, drowning Zhou Tong's whole body. Not long after, the light dissipated and the longevity tree disappeared. The green dragon scale armor on his body shone brightly, as if it was alive. It's alive? This kind of refining method is quite useful. Zhou Tong quietly sat down and carefully sensed the armor on his body. He sensed the longevity tree within the armor and said in his heart, "Planting a tree in the armor. In the future, perhaps this armor can become my metamorphosis. Divine City?" Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Although the majority of the Stone Man King's path of transformation was the Forging God City, there were actually some special cities. For example, Xiao Chen's was not a city, but a stone prison. Since there was such a unique stone city, like the stone prison, it was normal for there to be a stone armor. Furthermore, Zhou Tong didn't have to worry about turning into a stone man if he walked the stone man road. He could refer to Xiao Chen's path of transformation. In the original work, Xiao Chen walked the path of the stone puppet king, but his divine city was a little special. Moreover, after he cultivated the divine steel mystic method, the potential and life essence accumulated in his body were too abundant. Those divinized acupoints constantly released life essence to prevent his body from petrifying. Zhou Tong himself could actually do something similar, because his deep-sea sacred art was evolved from the heavenly monolith profound technique. He could also accumulate terrifying potential and life essence that was not inferior to the heavenly monolith profound technique. As long as his body was not petrified, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors refined the only true world and turned it into the world of immortals, the Stone Man could no longer exist. Armor Divine City. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that he might be able to do this in the future. This armor was originally made from his own skin, and the Divine City was originally something left behind by the Stone Man King after his transformation. The nature of the Divine City was very similar to the skin that Zhou Tong had shed. Next, I might be able to prepare a few things in advance. Zhou Tong said in his heart, "Before, I had also thought of creating a holy tree that was not inferior to Ku's tree. Now that I can properly design it, I should be able to integrate the profound meaning of the undying tree into it. Chapter 808. The old Edisaurus saw that Zhou Tong had come back to his senses and immediately said, "Your armor is almost fully refined. There are a few things that I need to clarify with you." Zhou Tong immediately looked at the old Edisaurus solemnly and listened carefully. The old Edisaurus said, "With your cultivation speed, reaching the absolute land realm is no longer a problem. If you really want to break through, you should be able to do so in a few days." Zhou Tong nodded. The ninth celestial layer of the perfected person realm was a natural breakthrough when he was comprehending the magical combat skills. If you wanted to break through to the absolute land realm, it would be a piece of cake. Your cultivation speed is very fast, but the absolute land realm is different from the perfected person realm. Even for you, it would take at least 10 years to cultivate to the perfection realm, and the reaching heaven realm after that would be even more difficult. The old Edisaurus' old voice sounded in Zhou Tong's ears. "I believe that you will definitely surpass me in the future, but now, there may not be much time left for you." The old Edisaurus' voice carried a trace of worry. It seemed to have sensed the changes in the era and the changes in the space-time of the world of immortals. Zhou Tong was silent, because he also knew that according to the current time, the Battle of Zhu Shun had already taken place in the ancient God Desert. Zhu Shun Shinong and Zhu Shun from another world had already fought. Although the old Edisaurus' strength was almost exhausted, it could definitely sense the Battle of Zhu Shun and was also aware of the changes in the current era. "There's really not much time left for you." The old Edisaurus took one last look at Zhou Tong and sighed. The path of cultivation has always been about bravely advancing. There has never been a lack of time. If there is any danger or obstacle, I will cut it with my sword. Zhou Tong's gaze was calm, and there was no trace of panic in his voice. He was incomparably calm. Boom! Just as his voice fell, the deep sea in his body surged, and a terrifying wave suddenly shot up into the sky. The divine power around his body surged and flowed like a raging wave through his limbs and bones. The divine power was like a flood that washed over every inch of his flesh and blood. At the same time, Zhou Tong's body emitted a loud, rumbling sound. It was like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. Endless power surged out from his body. His entire body exuded a vigorous vitality, and the barrier between the perfected person realm and the absolute ground realm instantly collapsed in front of him. He had broken through to a whole new level, the absolute ground realm. As the light dissipated, Zhou Tong stood there quietly, looking at the Edisaurus. "That's right, but it's not that easy to break through to the absolute ground realm. Even if you want to break through quickly, you'll need a lot of experience in battles," the old Edisaurus said calmly. Zhou Tong's breakthrough was within his expectations. Zhou Tong also became silent. He could indeed break through easily, but the reason was because he already possessed the secular immortal realm of the shrouding the heavens world. He only needed a period of comprehension to easily transform the shrouding the heavens world's realm into the comprehension of this world, thus making great progress in his cultivation. But this transformation also needed time. The proud goddess Lan Nuo became a half-step ancestor when she was 200 years old. She was known as the youngest half-step ancestor since ancient times. Even if Zhou Tong's realm was higher and his cultivation was easier, he would still need at least 20 years. But the old Edisaurus changed its tone and said, "I don't have much time left. I'll give you one last chance." Speaking until here, the old dragon no longer had the appearance of a dying dragon. Instead, it was domineering and awe-inspiring. A dragon roar shook the starry sky, causing the entire dragon island to tremble violently. The deathly still taboo ocean within a radius of several thousand miles soared into the sky. "Look carefully, this is the real 6 doubt wheel. Return." The old dragon's aged voice reverberated throughout the universe and shook the heavens. Even the voice was transmitted to the immortals' mainland, causing the entire world to resonate with the old dragon's voice. At this moment, the immortals' mainland lost its color. The sun and moon lost their light. The heaven and earth changed drastically. All the half-step ancestors looked at the direction of the South Sea in shock. Only they could sense that this extremely terrifying power was transmitted from the depths of the South Sea. 6 paths of reincarnation? It's actually the 6 paths of reincarnation. The legendary paragon divine ability. All the practitioners were overwhelmed with shock. This was simply unbelievable. The legendary paragon divine ability, 6 paths of reincarnation, actually appeared in the world. Furthermore, it was being used by someone. This was simply the descent of an ancient legend. Who is it? This kind of terrifying power. Could it be that other than Zhu Shun? Zhu Shun is still alive in the immortals' mainland? It's definitely Zhu Shun's power. If Zhu Shun is using the 6 paths of reincarnation, could it be that the other world has appeared again? All the half-step ancestors from the immortals world were even more overwhelmed with shock. They thought of even more things, for example, what kind of crisis the immortals world might be facing. And on the Dragon Island, Jotong was also flabbergasted as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. What the old Edisaurus said was right. This was the true might of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was still far from the old Edisaurus level. At this moment, along with the appearance of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a huge change occurred on the Dragon Island. That luxuriant primitive mountain range shook violently, and even more so, a huge amount of divine power rolled over and over. The vast and mighty fluctuations spread in all directions. The terrifying pressure simply wanted to shatter the stars and destroy the mountains and rivers. It was simply the end of the world. The roars of tigers and cries of apes could be heard on the island. The ancient beasts were running away, and the dragons were roaring. It was a huge mess. However, Jotong was a little worried about the old Edisaurus. He was originally a lamp that was about to run out of oil, yet he was still forcefully using this kind of power. After this move, he wouldn't be able to live for long. He might even die on the spot. PFFF. The old Edisaurus in midair coughed out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head to look at Jotong and said, Edisaurus will never meet again. Next generation Edisaurus, this is all I can do for you. With my blood, I will pave a way for the future generations. Along with the final dragon roar filled with determination and sorrow, a rain of blood swirled in the sky. The old Edisaurus body began to crack. However, the fluctuation of the 6 paths of reincarnation did not stop. On the contrary, it became even more powerful. The old Edisaurus body crumbled. He burned his own flesh and poured all of his power into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Rumble. Finally, the heaven and earth shook. The entire world of immortals sank into darkness. The stars in the sky reappeared. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly caused all the dragons on the Dragon Island to grieve. They roared madly together. A rain of blood poured down from the sky. 10,000 lightning bolts flashed across the sky. Even the immortals' mainland that was thousands of miles away was also grieving. The rain of blood shook the world. The Edisaurus fell. Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled. Flower petals filled the sky. The falling petals were like the tears of heaven and earth. It seemed like they were bidding farewell to the Edisaurus. All the dragons on the immortals' mainland and the Dragon Island grieved together. Tears rolled down their cheeks unceasingly. Even Jotong felt that he was affected. The corner of his eyes unconsciously became moist. The sorrowful roar of the dragons resounded through the starry sky. Chapter 809. Edisaurus had disappeared. At least his body had completely collapsed and burned. In the end, only 6 black holes were left in the void. These were left behind by Edisaurus using the 6 paths of reincarnation. I have left all the opponents and skills in my memory in this 6 paths of reincarnation. Each world can buy you 10 years of time. Once you enter it, you can only come out after 10 years. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on yourself. The old Edisaurus's old voice resounded in Zhou Tong's ears for the last time, and then it completely disappeared. Is the old Edisaurus really dead? Zhou Tong stood in place for a long time. He thought of many things. This was the true spirit of Pangu, Nuwa, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in this world. The spirit of sacrificing oneself for the future generations. This was also the real difference between 9 regions and the other world. 9 regions inherited this spirit of sacrifice, but the other world did not. All the actions of the other world were for the higher-ups, for their ancestors. This kind of spirit was the biggest difference between the 9 regions and the other world. 9 regions emphasized that the higher-ups sacrificed themselves to protect their descendants, while the other world emphasized that the descendants would sacrifice themselves to support the ancestors at all costs. However, Edisaurus most likely left behind a remnant soul. Zhou Tong also had some guesses in his heart. Edisaurus was a powerhouse in the Zushin realm. Moreover, he was not weak in the Zushin realm. He was a very strong Zushan, so he should not die so easily. In the original work, he erased a word on the divine monument, but still left behind a dragon soul. Now, he should not be completely dead. Sacrificing for the future generations. Unfortunately, I am not from this world, but you can rest assured that I will stand on the side of 9 regions. Since you are willing to sacrifice your life for me, then I will leave the true dragon treasure technique as a new inheritance of this world's dragons. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart, and then directly stepped into the first world. This was a gray world. Boom! As soon as Zhou Tong stepped into this world, his body was severely injured. Blood bloomed all over his body. Bright red blood splashed in the air and dyed his green armor red. Is this the opponent in Edisaurus memory? Was I careless? Zhou Tong regained his senses and unleashed a new fist of 6 paths of reincarnation with all his might, crushing the monster with a single punch. However, the moment Zhou Tong killed the monster, a mysterious spell suddenly appeared in his mind. So that's how it is. Is this what the Edisaurus meant when he said that he would leave all his divine abilities in this world? I have to kill my opponent in order to obtain such a small section of the incantation. Zhou Tong understood that this was all carefully arranged by the Edisaurus. He didn't want to directly leave all his insights and divine abilities to Zhou Tong, because it could easily cause Zhou Tong to walk on his own path. Therefore, he left everything here so that Zhou Tong could rely on his own strength to kill his opponent in order to obtain these things. In this way, the old Edisaurus' own insights could only be used as icing on the cake, and it wouldn't affect Zhou Tong's true path. Clang! Soon, the iron sword swept across the sky, and at the same time, a skeleton rushed over with a black divine sword in its hand. It was ferocious and boundless, and the jet-black sword light bloomed like lightning. Boom! Zhou Tong swept his palm and directly shattered the divine sword, causing the jet-black sword light to dissipate on the spot. At the same time, he condensed his palm energy and shattered the skeleton's body. Roar! However, soon, a loud roar sounded, and a jet-black tiger rushed over. Its body was emitting a jet-black light, as if it was the underworld. Boom! In the end, it was as if it had transformed into a jet-black underworld mountain, and it came crashing down, causing the void to tremble. Its huge claws slammed down, and the void shattered, causing black cracks to spread out. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Clang! Zhou Tong directly used his dragon claws to meet it head-on. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew in all directions like stars. Fight! The battle intent that had been buried in Zhou Tong's heart for many years was awakened once again. He was extremely powerful, and he brazenly rushed towards the monsters. He had already used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the extreme. When he punched out, the sky and earth lost their color, and the wind and clouds exploded. It was as if a comet had collided, and the bright light illuminated the sky. This punch was like a green sun, extremely dazzling to the extreme, and it directly shattered a few of the monsters at the forefront. Bang! However, soon, a heavy blow landed on Zhou Tong's back. The terrifying power passed through his dragon-scale armor and shook his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill! There were countless figures in all directions. There were humanoid figures, all kinds of beasts, angels, skeletons, and many other races. There was a vast expanse, and they all raised their weapons and charged toward Zhou Tong. Black divine sabers, dazzling divine swords, crimson spears, sturdy thick shields, blood-dripping giant axes, killing intense soared into the heavens as thousands of cultivators charged toward him at an extremely fast speed. These were the powerful beings in the Edisaurus memory. How could opponents who could be remembered by the Edisaurus be weak? Furthermore, it was not just one person. There were countless people charging toward him at the same time. Immediately, Zhou Tong began to bleed. His body directly exploded, and blood splattered all over the sky. However, he quickly recovered. There seemed to be some kind of strange life force in the void of this world, and it endlessly poured into Zhou Tong's body, allowing him to continuously be reborn. This was a training ground set up by the old Edisaurus. It was not really to kill Zhou Tong, so as long as he did not die here, he would be able to quickly recover and enter a new round of battle. Of course, if Zhou Tong could recover, so could his opponents. This world was simply a reincarnation cycle, and the boundaries between life and death were blurred by the laws of this world. The battle continued, and Zhou Tong had already killed hundreds of thousands of opponents. However, at the same time, Zhou Tong's body was also shattered more than 30 times. He kept going back and forth between destruction and rebirth, and he kept fighting in the crisis of life and death, enduring the most terrifying torture. And all of this was to make up for the lack of time. If he wanted to rise up in a short period of time, he had to experience the most terrifying and hellish training. He had to comprehend Tao in pain, comprehend remarkable battle skills in death, comprehend the laws of the myriad realms between life and death, comprehend the heart of the world in battle, and comprehend the will of the world. He even experimented with the true dragon treasure technique in battle. He wanted to turn the true dragon treasure technique into a cultivation method native to the realm of immortals. This was a triple extreme training of the divine soul, physical body, and will. Even the gods and Buddhas in the heavens would not be able to withstand such extreme torture. However, all of this most terrifying torture only lasted for a month, and there were still 10 years left. Once one stepped into this world, they had to endure for 10 years before they could leave. This was the rule set by the Edisaurus when it first created this world. Time passed day by day, month by month, and year by year. In the fierce battle, Zhou Tong could no longer remember how many opponents he had killed and how many times he had been shattered. However, there was no doubt that his realm was rising bit by bit in the continuous battle. When the 10 years in the First World were up, he had already reached the 9th heaven of the Earth Absolute Realm and was infinitely close to the level of Half-Ancestor, Heaven-Reaching Realm. Now, it was very easy for him to enter the realm of Half-Ancestor. Chapter 8:10. Zhou Tong walked out of the First World and quietly sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain. At this moment, there were only 5 of the 6 black holes left in the void. Zhou Tong had already destroyed one of the 6 paths of reincarnation set up by the old Edisaurus. This meant that Zhou Tong had already obtained 1/6 of the old Edisaurus's divine ability, cultivation method, and even the great Tao comprehension. Inheriting 1/6 of Zhu Shun's great Tao comprehension was enough to make Zhou Tong's foundation soar. Of course, it was only his foundation that soared. He didn't blindly follow the Edisaurus's comprehension. He only used it as a reference. He wanted to walk the path he had set, the true dragon treasure technique. 10 years of crazy fighting, 10 years of comprehension, 10 years of life and death. A small part of the true dragon treasure technique has already been transformed into this world's cultivation method. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. At this moment, the circulation route in his body was completely different from before. This was a brand new cultivation method transformed from the true dragon treasure technique that he had comprehended himself. The complete true dragon treasure technique not only contained the method of fighting, but its core was also the fundamental cultivation method of dragons. It could cultivate the purest, true dragon qi. Now that this cultivation method had been modified by Zhou Tong and turned into the cultivation method of the world of immortals, the true dragon qi naturally turned into the qi of Edisaurus. In fact, this was also the cultivation method that Zhou Tong had comprehended in the past 10 years to refine the true dragon qi. He had integrated the inside and outside, making his whole body full of the qi of Edisaurus. Everything has been perfected. The Edisaurus body that has been tempered by hundreds of battles is now perfect. The qi of Edisaurus has also been refined, and the half-ancestor level of comprehension has already been reached. Next, it's time to officially advance. Zhou Tong once again transformed into the Edisaurus body. A 500 zhang long cyan Edisaurus hovered in the air. At the same time, Zhou Tong mobilized the divine power in his body. Suddenly, boom! Divine power instantly surged like a raging sea, and he charged toward the true half-martial ancestor realm in one go. At this instant, resplendent divine radiance burst out from the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. An incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation soared into the sky. The glaring radiance caused the entire Dragon Island to be resplendent. At this moment, the Dragon Island was like a sun that fell into the ocean. It was dazzling. Then, streaks of green light shot into the sky like countless waterfalls that covered the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Every streak of azure light was like an endless river, and deafening booms resounded through the sky. As the azure light soared into the sky, an enormous sea of lightning instantly descended from the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. Boom! Thunderbolts as thick as mountains struck down in one breath. The sea of thunder boiled, and millions of lightning flashed. It was so dazzling that nothing could be seen. And at this instant, Zhou Tong made a thorough breakthrough and stood above Tongtian realm, which was also half-martial ancestor realm. The divine radiance in his eyes became even sharper. They were simply like two exceptional divine swords. The instant they opened and closed, it was as if two divine radiance had broken through the void and traversed across the entire world of immortals. When charging into the half-martial ancestor realm, this kind of fluctuation couldn't be concealed from anyone. That was because in order to become a half-martial ancestor, one must borrow the power of heaven and earth to temper their body. This kind of fluctuation was really too terrifying. It could be said that as long as one was in the world of immortals, they would be able to sense Zhou Tong's current fluctuation. At this moment, all the half-martial ancestors in the world of immortals opened their eyes at the same time and revealed a shocked expression. This kind of fluctuation was really too sudden. It had been many years since a new half-martial ancestor appeared in the world of immortals. Everyone looked at the southernmost part of the world of immortals, the Southern Sea. They could sense that the person charging into the half-martial ancestor realm should be on a certain island in the Southern Sea. Countless people opened their heavenly eyes and saw the region where the Dragon Island was located was filled with glaring divine radiance that soared into the sky like an exceptional divine sword. The person charging into the half-martial ancestor realm is on the Dragon Island? How is that possible? Wasn't the Dragon Island sealed? A half-martial ancestor who harbored evil intentions was incomparably shocked. He wanted to stop Zhou Tong, but after he saw the location where he was charging into the Dragon Island, he immediately extinguished that thought. Because of the seal on the Dragon Island, to a certain extent, it could prevent outsiders from interfering. In the southern wasteland, the old Dragon King also suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the Dragon Island. At this moment, he felt that the aura of Edisaurus within his body seemed to be faintly submitting and kowtowing in the direction of the Dragon Island. Is the old Edisaurus really dead? A completely new Edisaurus was actually born at this time? Furthermore, how could he be a half-martial ancestor? He became a genuine Edisaurus when he was only a half-martial ancestor. The old Dragon King of the Southern Wasteland was incomparably shocked. This kind of evolution speed was far beyond his imagination. He was also an existence that participated in the battle of Edisaurus. Moreover, he was also a half-martial ancestor now. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to evolve into an Edisaurus. It could be said that becoming an Edisaurus at such an early age meant that he was already an invincible existence among the dragons. He was able to crush the other Dragon Kings at the same level. Could it be that the strongest Edisaurus in history is really going to be born? The old Dragon King was shocked. Rumble. Above the Dragon Island, endless lightning descended and turned the entire sacred mountain into a sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. Any random lightning that burst forth from the sacred mountain was enough to turn a huge mountain into ashes. However, the sacred mountain of the dragons was extremely special. Those lightning were all restrained by the sacred mountain. At this moment, there were no longer any little dragons on the sacred mountain. When the old Edisaurus decided to help Zhou Tong, he had already dismissed all the little dragons on the sacred mountain. That was because the old Edisaurus knew that Zhou Tong was the only Edisaurus in this generation. Is this the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm? It's too weak. Zhou Tong didn't care about the lightning at all. He was already used to undergoing the tribulation. He didn't even put up any defense and allowed the endless sea of lightning to rush into his body. Those lightning couldn't do anything to him at all. Instead, they were all completely absorbed by his body. At the same time, dragon aura rushed out from the depths of his body. The last molting of the Dragon King's evolution into an Edisaurus had begun. Rumble. The sea of lightning descended. This was a boiling ocean that belonged to the world of lightning. It was unknown how many lightning bolts that carried the laws of the world descended beside Zhou Tong. They rushed into his body and tempered his divine soul and physical body. They didn't waste a single bit of energy. The endless lightning bombarded for an entire day before it finally stopped. And at this moment, Zhou Tong had also successfully completed the last transformation on the path of evolving into an Edisaurus. Roar! The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Zhou Tong shed his old skin and was completely reborn. He was one with the inside and outside. He was powerful to the extreme. He had an inexhaustible amount of terrifying divine power in his hands. He had finally completed the final leap and undergone an unprecedented huge transformation. At this moment, the dragons finally gave birth to a new Edisaurus. Over 10,000 dragons roared on the Dragon Island. They were welcoming the arrival of the new Edisaurus. However, this was still not the end of Zhou Tong's transformation. The inexhaustible star power in the sky converged into a great river. It transformed into a resplendent divine waterfall and violently rushed towards Zhou Tong's body. Millions and millions of star splendor tempered the body. This was something that could only be enjoyed after advancing into the half-ancestor realm and passing the lightning tribulation. Zhou Tong's power was once again sublimated. The entire Dragon Island was submerged in the starlight. On the Immortals' mainland, the cultivators who were paying attention to this matter were all shocked. Especially those half-ancestor realm cultivators, they were even more shocked. So much star splendor. How is this possible? When I advanced into the half-ancestor realm back then, the star splendor was not even 1/10,000th of his. How can he be so powerful? One of the half-ancestor realm cultivators didn't dare to believe it. The newly advanced half-ancestor realm cultivator seems to be on the Dragon Island. Such terrifying star splendor. Could it be that the dragons gave birth to a new Ediosaurus? Another half-ancestor realm cultivator was also somewhat shocked. The strength of the dragons was somewhat terrifying. As a matter of fact, the baptism of star splendor could roughly determine the strength of the newly advanced half-ancestor realm cultivator. The more terrifying the star splendor was, the more terrifying the strength of the newly advanced half-ancestor realm cultivator would naturally be. Chapter 8:11. The stars in the sky were blossoming with radiance, but the strange thing was everyone could see that the world had turned dark. It was clearly a starry night, but this kind of scene was incomparably shocking. The inexhaustible starlight between heaven and earth gathered at the Dragon Island. Even the space-time seemed to be distorted. The ocean-like starlight unceasingly fused with Jotong's inexhaustible dragon body. The myriad of things between heaven and earth, the stars in the universe, were unceasingly tempering Jotong's body and divine soul. At this moment, the draconic might within his body became even more terrifying. Half-martial ancestor was a completely different realm compared to before. Generally speaking, just a strand of half-martial ancestor's aura was enough to wipe out a large number of absolute ground realm practitioners. And Jotong was an Ediosaurus. After combining the half-martial ancestor's aura with the draconic might, he burst forth with an incomparably terrifying divine might. The entire Dragon Island was enveloped by Jotong's boundless draconic might. The terrifying fluctuation was surging violently. The entire Dragon Island was shaking. Even the taboo ocean was in a perilous situation. The originally deathly, still surface of the sea was unceasingly surging with huge waves that were hundreds of meters tall. The inexhaustible starlight tempered Jotong for an entire night. When the sun rose from the east and the first ray of sunlight sprinkled down, Jotong let out a melodious dragon roar. At the same time, he rushed straight to the east while carrying the starlight and the dragon skin left behind from his last molting. The moment he became a half-martial ancestor was also the best time to refine a divine armament. Because at this time, the blessing and baptism of heaven and earth had yet to end. As long as the starlight was absorbed into the divine armament, this divine armament would possess incomparably terrifying divine power. The hope of becoming a Zeushan weapon in the future was extremely high. Jotong transformed into an azure dragon. His speed became faster and faster. In the end, he transformed into a streak of light and flew straight to the sun. The seal of the Dragon Island was related to the Ediosaurus. Therefore, after becoming an Ediosaurus, the taboo ocean outside the Dragon Island would no longer obstruct his advance. As far as the natives of the Immortals' mainland were concerned, today was definitely an unforgettable day. As long as everyone raised their heads slightly, they would be able to see the boundless starlight converging into a river. It was accompanied by an azure ancestral dragon that was rushing towards the sun in the east. It was like a comet rushing towards the sun. The vast starlight stretched for 30,000 miles. Some ordinary people and cultivators with lower cultivation bases knelt on the ground in shock, thinking that the dragon god had descended. As for those cultivators who knew a bit more, they were all shocked because they had already recognized Jotong. It's him, that azure dragon outside Yu Chao clan's heavenly palace. How is that possible? Azure Dragon King? Did he become an Ediosaurus? Moreover, he had even advanced to the half-martial ancestor realm. How many years had it been? This is too heaven-defying. The Azure Dragon King has become an Ediosaurus and a half-martial ancestor. At this time, he still wants to go to the sun and use the heavenly fire within the sun to forge the strongest divine weapon. Everyone on the Immortals' mainland didn't know what to say. They could only stare blankly at the sky, unable to forget for a long time. They didn't expect that the one who became a half-martial ancestor this time was actually an 8-year-old baby dragon. And after the shock, everyone's heart became gloomy. The heavens prides of heaven were once again dealt a blow by Zhou Tong. Countless people lost their confidence. Such starlight, and using the heavenly fire within the core of the sun to forge the divine weapon, the Edisaurus is indeed innately powerful. On the immortals' mainland, a butterfly was fluttering gracefully as it emitted a hazy, spiritual fluctuation. This was the half-martial ancestor closest to Zhu Shun in the immortal realm, Zhuangzi. Forging the divine weapon together when advancing to half-martial ancestor. So, it can be done like this. A stunning woman also stared at the sky in a daze. A trace of surprise flashed past her eyes. If Zhou Tong was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the goddess he was very familiar with, Lan Nuo. Not only Zhuangzi and Lan Nuo, countless other people also sighed one after another. It was possible that another exceptional divine weapon would appear in this world. When advancing to half-martial ancestor, the starlight would be the same as the power of heaven and earth. This was also the best time to forge the divine weapon. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to spend too much time and effort to forge the divine weapon in the future. Not only that, because this was the power produced by heaven and earth during the half-martial ancestor's transformation. If they took advantage of this opportunity to forge the divine weapon, then the compatibility between the divine weapon and the half-martial ancestor would reach the highest point. This was also a huge advantage that was hard to achieve when forging the divine weapon at other times. Since ancient times, all the divine weapons with many legends were not refined in this way. At this moment, within the sun, the starlight was sprinkling down from the sky, and the endless heavenly fire was burning fiercely. Zhou Tong's cyan dragon scale armor and the dragon skin that had undergone the last transformation were placed under the heavenly fire and the starlight to temper. This was also an excellent opportunity to completely refine this armor into a divine city in the future. At this moment, the cyan dragon scale armor unfolded again and transformed into a cyan dragon that was almost exactly the same as Zhou Tong's body. The cyan dragon coiled up as if forming an unimaginable dragon city. At the same time, Zhou Tong was further combing the veins in the armor. These veins were like the spirit veins of a city. At the same time, he directly moved the longevity tree that had fused with the armor into the core of the veins of the armor. After everything was formed, this cyan dragon once again transformed into a cyan dragon scale armor and wore it on Zhou Tong's body. However, forging this armor had only consumed 80% of the starlight he had brought. Now, there was still 20% of the starlight that had condensed around Zhou Tong. When I became a half-martial ancestor, heaven and earth had indeed poured a lot of power into me. After I absorbed and refined it, the remaining portion was refined into an armor, and there was still so much left. Zhou Tong was secretly pleased with himself. It could be said that 99% of the power poured in by heaven and earth had been refined and absorbed by Zhou Tong himself. He had only brought 1% of it to the sun. The remaining 20% only accounted for 2/1000ths of the total starlight. However, even 2/1000ths of it had already surpassed the power of heaven and earth used by many half-martial ancestors when refining weapons. Fine, I once said that I would let you transform into a real sword of Edisaurus with me. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then took out the sacred sword of dragons and threw it into the last of the starlight and heavenly fire to temper it. This refining process took half a day. Only when the sun set did Zhou Tong appear from the sun and descend toward the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. His whole body was shrouded in dazzling divine splendor. The armor on his body and the divine sword in his hand were even more dazzling. Even the sun, moon, and stars were overshadowed. Forged with the heavenly fire of the sun, refined with the mind of a half-martial ancestor, and watered with the divine power of billions of stars, These two supreme, divine weapons were finally refined. Chapter 812. Zhou once again descended on the Dragon Island with boundless radiance. After the refinement this time, his dragon-scale armor was condensed, vast, and majestic. Every single dragon scale seemed to be reflecting the starlight of the universe. And because of this forging, the dragon's sacred sword in his hand had completely become Zhou possession. He had basically forged the sword from scratch. He only kept the material, divine power, and appearance of the sacred sword, but the inside of the sword had completely changed. Zhou had further improved the sword from the Dragon King's sword to the true Edisaurus sword. It's finally done. Zhou withdrew the radiance from his body. Whether it was the armor or the divine sword, they all disappeared. Next, it's time to take a look at the other 5 worlds left behind by the old Edisaurus. Zhou had a trace of expectation in his heart. He once again looked at the 5 worlds in the sky. His figure flashed and directly entered the second world. A moment later, he walked out of this world covered in blood. He quietly sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain for 2 months. After his aura skyrocketed, he once again entered the third world. Just like this, Zhou went through 5 worlds in a row. Each world took 10 years. Every time he finished a world, he would quietly sit cross-legged for 2 months. It was not until 10 months later that Zhou slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, it had already been 2 months since the destruction of the old Edisaurus 6 paths of reincarnation world. 9th heavenly layer, half ancestor. Moreover, there are still many things that I haven't fully comprehended in these few decades of fierce fighting. Give me a few more years, and I can easily cultivate to the 9th heavenly layer. Zhou was still recalling the various battles in the 6 paths of reincarnation world. It had to be said that the old Edisaurus had very rich experience. He had fought with the native experts of the world of immortals, the experts of the ancient 100 races, and also the experts of the other world and the world of death. The 6 paths of reincarnation world he left behind had opened Zhou eyes. During the battles, he had also comprehended many things that he had not noticed before. Every time Zhou calmed down to comprehend what he had seen and heard in those worlds, he gained a lot. This move by the old Edisaurus was the best catalyst for Zhou. This was because Zhou cultivation level was already extremely high. All he needed to do was to transform the heaven-shrouding technique's cultivation level into the Tao of the world of immortals, and display it using the cultivation system of this world. Therefore, the more extensive his knowledge was, the more Zhou would be able to bring out the full potential of his realm. If he cultivated normally, it would probably take him over 100 years to reach the 9th level of the half-martial ancestor realm. How could it possibly be accomplished in a mere 50 years? However, going from half-martial ancestor to Zhu is the real challenge for me. Zhou could not help but think of the key to turning the entire world into Zhu, the laws of the myriad worlds. The real Zhu needed to comprehend the laws of all things in the universe, understand the profoundness of all worlds, and understand all the divine rules and profoundness in the world. This was a kind of comprehension. One needed to comprehend the origin of the world and understand the essence of all things. Although Zhou cultivation level was extremely high, the test of Zhu was to test one's comprehension of the laws of the myriad worlds and the Tao of the world of immortals. In this step, Zhou did not have much of an advantage. Of course, even if he could not comprehend these things, his body and soul would still continue to grow, allowing his combat strength to reach the standard of Zhu. This kind of thing was called War Ancestor in this world. Even if he did not cultivate Zhu, he would still have the combat strength of Zhu. Now, it's my turn to officially take control of the dragons. Zhou stood up and walked towards the depths of the oasis. That area was a place Zhou had never been able to enter. The trees were swaying in the shadows, and he could see that the deepest part of this oasis was a huge tomb. In front of each tomb stood a pair of incomparably huge dragon horns. There were a total of 9 tombs, and each of them occupied an extremely large area. After walking into this place, Zhou Tong felt an extremely rich draconic aura. However, it was not completely the aura of Ediosaurus. These tombs were all the tombs of the Dragon Kings. This should be the batch of Dragon Kings that the old Ediosaurus killed. Zhou Tong quietly walked in front of each tomb. He was very familiar with those dragon horns. He had basically seen them in the memories of the old Ediosaurus. Finally, he stopped at the side of the last tomb. That was the tomb of the old Ediosaurus. The pair of huge dragon horns in front of the tomb came from the head of the old Ediosaurus. The old Ediosaurus had already prepared a tomb for himself when he was alive. Unfortunately, his physical body had collapsed in the end, and only the dragon scales that he had shed were buried in this tomb. Zhou Tong came in front of the tomb and paid his respects. However, his expression changed slightly because he saw something in front of the tomb, the arm of the stone man. That's right, a part of a 9-stone man was in the hands of the old Ediosaurus. You put it here. Zhou Tong picked up the stone arm. He was a little curious. This was a part of the natural stone man. Zhou Tong was very curious. The 9-stone man should resonate with people who practice the divine steel mystic method. Then, was he considered to have practiced the divine steel mystic method? Almost subconsciously, Zhou Tong activated the deep-sea divine ability that he had transformed from the divine steel mystic method. Almost immediately, the arm moved slightly and then disappeared from Zhou Tong's hand in the blink of an eye, sinking into the deep sea. Oh! A stone man's arm entered his body. Zhou Tong could feel that there was an extremely terrifying thing in his deep sea. This stone arm emitted some kind of strange fluctuation, causing his deep sea to be even deeper than before. The 9-stone man is also good for me. Unfortunately, this thing is too important. I can't keep it with me for a long time. Zhou Tong felt the performance of this stone arm in the deep sea and suddenly understood. Next, I should properly sort out the matter of the dragons. First, I should bring the little Ediosaurus and the little Dragon Kings to the sacred mountain. I'm going to start preaching. Zhou Tong immediately left the dragon's graveyard and prepared to start transmitting a part of the true dragon treasure technique to the dragons of this world. Swish! However, the moment Zhou Tong left the graveyard of the dragons, a brilliant 7-colored light suddenly appeared. Along with the condensation of dragon chi, it attracted Zhou Tong's attention. He left the sacred mountain of the dragons in almost an instant and arrived at the place where the 7-colored light was condensing. He was very familiar with this place. It was precisely the stump of the heavenly tree. And at the center of this stump, where the 7-colored light was condensing, there was an egg emitting 7-colored light. A familiar aura was being nurtured in the egg. Finally reborn at this time. It seems like the time for the world of immortals to reintegrate with the 9 regions should be very close. Zhou Tong carefully looked at this egg and said in his heart. At the same time, he also sensed that Ke only needed about half a month's time to come out from the egg and be completely reborn in this world. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.